It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, growing fallout. New details on that rebellion in Russia, the biggest threat to Vladimir Putin's power in decades. The U.S. watching closely to see what happens next. We're live with the latest. Then, close call. A 13-year-old boy in Florida bravely fighting for his life after an alligator grabbed onto his leg.
The gator kind of just grabbed me from there, and then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
How he was able to break free and call 911 himself. Plus, sharing her story. This morning, Sarah Ferguson speaking out about her breast cancer diagnosis, what she's saying about her condition, and how she's urging others to get checked. And go big or go home. From the world's largest gas station,
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
To the world's ugliest dog.
Come on, Scooter, let's show the people what they came for.
We're taking things to the extreme to start the week off right. Today, Monday, June 26, 2023.
Celebrating my 85th birthday.
Sending love to our Granny Sue, watching in Monticello, Kentucky. From Minneapolis.
Today is our 30th anniversary.
Travel from Spokane, Washington. Darby, Florida. And California. And Columbia, Maryland.
On our senior trip from Luling, Louisiana.
Here from Durham, Connecticut. For Grandma's 80th birthday.
We are back. Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has gone public with a private health battle.
Yeah, that's right. And she wants all women to hear her story. NBC's Molly Hunter is in London with details on this. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. And a really important message from the Duchess of York this morning. She is saying that she was diagnosed with an early form of breast cancer. Now she is taking to her podcast, speaking publicly to make sure other women do not skip their checkups. Take a look.
This morning, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, opening up on her podcast, Tea Talks, publicly revealing for the first time her breast cancer diagnosis and urging others to get checked.
I want every single person that is listening to this podcast to go get checked, go get screened, and go do it.
A spokesman says she was recently diagnosed with an early form of breast cancer detected at a routine mammogram screening. She was advised she needed to undergo surgery, which has taken place successfully, adding she was otherwise symptom-free and believes her experience underlines the importance of regular screening.
Cancer can be so silent, such a silent little hiding thing which hides in the cells.
The podcast was taped the day before her surgery here in London at the royal favourite Edward VII Hospital.
Don't say it's not going to happen to you. Doesn't matter if you feel fine.
The Duchess is also a longtime cancer patients care advocate, opening a blood cancer ward for young adults with her daughters Beatrice and Eugenie last year.
Completely and utterly have the greatest honour to officially open the UCLH new hematology ward.
And it comes as we saw quite a bit of her daughter Beatrice out and about over the weekend. The Duchess of York's eldest daughter stunning at the Royal Ascot horse races, and Sunday seen at the famed Glastonbury Music Festival on the day Elton John took the stage. While younger sister Eugenie has a newborn earlier this month, announcing the birth of her second child, Ernest George, a little brother to their first son, August. And now their 63-year-old grandmother recuperating at home, taking charge of her health and encouraging others to do the same.
I'm going to go out there and get super fit and super well, super strong. If I have to shout about this from the top of the mountains, then I'll shout about it. Because I think it's vital that we need to wake everybody up to go screen. Not just breast cancer, I'm talking prostate and all the checks.
All the checks. She is shouting from the top of that mountain. And you guys, just in the last hour, she has posted on Instagram. Take a look at this picture. The Duchess saying and thanking everyone for their kindness and support. You guys, such a good reminder not to skip those screenings. Of course, doctors in the U.S. recommend those mammograms start at age 40. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah. Molly, thank you. Yeah, I think it is one of those things that until it happens to you, you think to yourself, oh, I'll go get checked. I'll do it eventually. I bet you if Fergie had seen someone else say that, who knows if she would have done it. But when it happens to you, you're like...
She's saying, it's silent. I think
silent.
people, they think, oh, I'd know.
I'll get
Somehow
to
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
You know, you won't know. So good to get those screenings.
is 8:30. It is a beautiful summer morning right here, June the 26th, 2023. Everybody gets camera time. We're happy that you're here. We're starting off. You are a happy group.
Oh, yeah.
So good to see you.
By the way, take a look at here. We got one grandma. What's your name?
Arlene Palmieri.
And you're 80 years old?
Yes,
Look at this. And then over here,
wait,
got one more. Hold on. Get this. Hold on. 85. What's your name?
Jerry Wiggins.
Jerry Wiggins. I'll have what you guys are having. You guys look great. Happy birthday.
What a beauty.
Wow.
Great to see y'all.
Incredible.
Inspiring.
Guys, we have a lot of excitement out on the plaza. Scooter's here. Of course, you know who Scooter is.
Yes.
The world's ugliest dog. Really beat out the competition over the weekend. It's a coveted title. Scooter is coming here to flex along with his handler. Just celebrating this morning. Big trip from out west to be here this morning.
Wow.
That's right. All right. And then after we hang out with Scooter, Macau and Lovu's here with a new batch of today bestsellers. These are all about your summer travel needs.
Nice.
All right, plus we're about to take you inside what Uncle Al says is one of the best, largest gas station shopping experiences on the planet.
Oh my gosh.
To say
Buc-ee's, baby.
Kathy Park bringing us the grand opening, very exciting news in Tennessee, the new Buc-ee's.
You can never, that's the biggest beaver you're ever going to see.
Okay, thanks, Al.
What else you got, Al?
Well, coming up in the third hour, Dylan's finally going to get to talk about what she was doing in Hawaii. Her 50th state. She was able to check it off. She was there learning about a very special Laysan albatross, thanks to our sponsor Netflix and the series Our Planet 2. And we can't wait to share that and talk about the bird's unique parenting skills.
Cool. All right, I have to say that New Orleans is well represented.
Yes.
In that down there in that corner.
Let's go.
We've got some kids. Do you see them? Down there, yes!
There they are.
New Orleans kids are here.
Along with Scooter.
We've got some kids right here from the New Orleans area, 18-year-olds. NOLA, well represented today. All right.
Senior trip.
Coming up next, we are in for a treat. We're catching up with Scooter and his proud owner. They won the fan favorite World's Ugliest Dog contest. But first, this is today on NBC.
right, welcome back. The world's ugliest dog is a competition we have come to love around here at Today, proving that man's best friend doesn't have to be the best looking. It's all about being the most lovable.
Yeah, what's inside? This year's winner is with us exclusively. That's Scooter. But first, let's go to NBC's Gotti Schwartz, who you were actually one of the judges.
One of the judges?
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
world's
a big
yappiest
promotion.
correspondent. Yeah, it makes me a judge, yeah. All those cute canines need to move aside because it is time for the ugliest dog to have its day. And this weekend we saw more than a few faces that only an owner could love until one little guy took 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, and planted himself right into our hearts.
For 50 doggone years, Petaluma, California has boasted a certain kind of pedigree.
Can I have a kiss?
It's a lucky town where they crown the world's ugliest dog.
I'm trying to do the updo.
A place where inner beauty is what really counts.
Look at how cute and ugly you are.
This was my first time as a judge at this year's competition.
Do you think you're ugly? You do think you're ugly.
Fortunately, there is no shortage of pointers from experts in what to look for.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth?
And with that, it was time to sniff out the competition. From the lovably loose-tongued prince...
When you saw his face, what'd you think?
I fell in love first sight.
To the 7-year-old Chinese crested with backward hind legs, aptly named Scooter.
Come on, Scooter, let's show the people what they came for.
Then there was this familiar furry face looking to be top dog.
Where's his head?
4-time ugliest dog hopeful Wild Thing, who gives ferocious a whole new meaning.
We call him Glugly.
You call him Glugly.
Glugly.
What does Glugly mean?
It means glamorous ugly.
Ah, glamorous and ugly. That is a perfect description.
Finally, with a trip to Studio 1A on the line,
he's wearing a tux.
It was time for one last look at the repugnant pups.
I gotta say, it looks like an alien.
And after some big help from the crowd,
Wild Thing? How about little Scooter?
the decision finally unleashed.
The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York! So much fun, and a little something about Scooter. If you get a chance to give him a pat, you will totally understand everything he is about. He is this adorable little radiator of heat and love, and yeah, I mean, he redefines what ugly means.
Oh, he's so sweet. Well, you know who's also just full of love is his owner, Linda Elmquist, who's right here with us. You're so sweet. I just watching you two interact, like, this is so sweet.
This is love.
You love this baby.
I love him.
I know. What makes Scooter so special?
Scooter, you know, he has no idea that he has a defect, and he was born that way, and he is full of self-confidence. He stands up to the bigger dogs where he could easily get beat up. If there's a nugget on the floor, he's like, no way, and they back off. You know, they acquiesce to him because he's full of self-confidence, and he loves everybody. He's just has a really good heart. He's a good doggy.
Now, it was tough competition. I mean, we have a picture of you with the winning trophy and your cute puppy, but it wasn't easy. Who was your biggest competition, did you think?
Wild Thing.
Wild Thing? Look at you guys right there.
Which one was Wild Thing,
Wild Thing was the little Roomba, like he was
hairy.
So it was a lot of hair versus this one.
So came in second.
When the announcement was made, tell us what it was like for you, Linda.
Look at this guy.
Oh my gosh, I was so happy. I was just so happy because I know he will represent really well the undertrodden, the ugly, the blemished. And you know, this contest is not about making fun of or
you were talking about, you got his legs here.
But this is an important point. So it's not about
making fun of or laughing at or just taking advantage of their ugliness. It's about bringing forward all of the beauty. And everyone that would go to the Marin Fair, the Sonoma Marin Fair in Petaluma, would come away loving these dogs, knowing that they're so special.
Linda, you are an amazing spokesperson because
really
it's true. It's like you looking a little deeper to find the beauty, and you are such a good advocate for Scooter. It's so sweet.
I think Scooter wants his mama. It kind of looks that way.
One of the things that we didn't really get into in the piece is his legs. You can see his legs are back.
Yeah. Do you guys want to see him walk?
Yeah, and he does this incredible thing where he knows how to walk. This is how he's walked his entire life.
Wow.
Up on a tripod.
Wow.
No idea that he's different.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. What made you want to, did you adopt him? Linda,
I'm part of a rescue organization called Saving Animals from Euthanasia, and he came in. Our organization took him. The breeder brought him in as a puppy to be euthanized to the pound. And
so you've had him since he was a puppy?
No, I haven't had him, but he's been with a different owner, and recently I took him so we could do some fundraising to get him a cart. And that's worked really well for him.
Well, he is a sweet, sweet puppy, Linda. And you're incredible.
You are. From Tucson, Arizona.
That's right. There you go. All right, thank you, Linda. Thanks, Scooter. Thanks, Scotty. That was real cute.
You're welcome.
All right,
Enjoy.
just ahead, the ultimate Today bestsellers to grab before heading out for your summer adventures. But first, this is Today on NBC.
So good.
Welcome back. This morning on Today Bestsellers, we are sharing affordable travel items perfect for wherever you're going this summer. So here to walk us through them all is our shop all-day contributor, Mako and Lovu. And if you want to purchase any of these items, scan the QR code on the screen. I can't believe I didn't know you hosted a show for People Magazine too.
I do.
You're very fancy.
I'm busy, but I always love coming here.
I'm so happy
and
you're
I love
here.
talking about travel. Can we start with this dress?
I love this.
This dress is all about fashion and function. It gives you that nice UPF 50 protection. The brand says that it's also moisture wicking. But what I love about it, especially when it comes to travel, you don't even have to think about throwing anything on. Just throw this on for your travel, for your working out, going out to the beach. But let's talk about how to style it. Throw your sneakers on top. Or when it gets cold on the plane in the car, throw a jacket to go on top. Comes in a bunch of different colors, sizes, all the way
from
extra
what my favorite thing about it already is? It doesn't wrinkle.
It doesn't wrinkle.
That's what you need. You need to throw it in your bag. You could take it out and it's perfect, especially like a little black dress like this
Little black dress, and it's the perfect length. I love everything about this dress.
All right, let's get a fashionable bag
Okay, let's talk about this bag. How gorgeous is this bag? It is made with that faux synthetic leather. Feel it, hold it. Doesn't it feel great?
Oh, yeah, it does.
With the gorgeous hardware. Now, this is a 4-piece set. 4 pieces under $40. How incredible is that? So with the bag, you get the large tote, you get the messenger, you get the wallet, and you get the clutch. It does come in a bunch of different variations, so make sure you scan that QR code so you can see all the different variations.
Wait, so this all comes as one set?
One entire set, less than and it has 27,000 ratings, less than $40.
Brilliant.
Yeah, right?
By the way, that's a brilliant idea. All right, so how do we pack our toiletries so they're easy to get to?
Well, I got you covered here. This is the #1 bestseller of toiletry bags on Amazon. crouton. The brand says that it is water resistant, so it's nice. But I want you to see how large it is. Let's come back here for a second.
Okay.
Look at these 4 spacious compartments. Isn't this fantastic for the entire family? Right?
It's got everything.
It's got everything in here, so you can pack your grooming products, your makeup, your skincare. I also love the swivel hook. What does that mean? That means you get it off the counter, put it in the shower so you have easy access to all your belongings. I love that it comes in the sizes medium and large, so there's variety, tons of colors as well to choose from.
It's the perfect thing to pack. It's easy to throw in your luggage.
It really is. And
I love
if you like live in a dorm room situation, roommate, this is great.
I hate packing makeup brushes
You
for
do?
trips,
Why?
but because I don't know how, I just jam them in a Ziploc. But help me.
Well, listen, we want to take all those fabulous pictures when we are going on vacation.
Yeah.
So this is how you get that flawless application. But feel these brushes. These are 5 pieces, high quality brushes.
Yeah. Oh,
don't
those
they
feel
great?
good. Yeah,
Exactly.
they
And
really
then when
do.
you're done with your vacation, you can take them with you. You can use them for quick touch-ups in the car. So I do want to. I love that you're holding this up. Do you see that this one actually comes with the mirror case? You know, when you go on vacation, sometimes you don't have the right light in your hotel room or your vacation rental. But it also comes with the cylinder case, so that way you can pack it and take it with you on the go.
All right, so it can all stay up.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my favorite toothbrush.
You were telling me that you love
This is
using
the
it.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is an electric toothbrush that you can take it with you on the go. And I really love this cover. So it has a cover that makes it super easy for you to pack it in your suitcase.
I know
but
exactly
also
the
you
one.
can use the cover as a stand, or you can use it as a mirror mount. What I also love about it is the brand says that it is shower safe, and you can brush your teeth in the shower.
I keep mine in the shower. By the way, it's a great toothbrush.
It is.
All right, so when we're traveling overseas, we need the right adapter.
Yeah, you need the right adapter. You want to make sure that your devices stay nice and charged. You can charge up to 6 devices because it has all these different USB ports on it. So it allows you to charge your phone, your laptops, your adapters. So you can actually use it according to the brand in more than 150 countries. Nice to always keep your devices charged and on the go.
You are so good. What's the name of your People Magazine show, by the way?
It's called People in 10.
People in 10. So many things you do. All right, Maku, thank you so much. Again, you can purchase these items by scanning our QR code or head to today.com/shop. Today does earn a commission from purchases through our links. Thank you again.
Rusty, up and at 'em. Nice. Crack open those sandwiches I got at the gas station. I'm so hungry I could eat a sandwich from a gas station.
Welcome back.
The Griswolds.
I know, right? Times have certainly changed from the 80s, with gas stations now offering a lot more than just sandwiches.
And that is definitely the case at one in particular, holding its grand opening in East Tennessee this morning. It is literally the largest gas station in the world.
That is so cool. NBC's Kathy Park is there for us at Buc-ee's. Hey, Kathy, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to all of you. Yeah, chances are if you have driven across Texas or the Southeast, you have stopped at a Buc-ee's, and it's quite the experience. You can fuel up on gas, but you can also grab a bag of these beaver nuggets, a brisket sandwich, and it's bathing suit season, so you can grab one of these as well. And folks from across the country have stopped by to check this all out.
This morning, the largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star,
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
scoring points for their friendly staff,
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
bathrooms, and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board. Chopped brisket on the board.
We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is the director of barbecue operations, who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all
do
that
this.
barbecue.
I can do this all
You
day.
got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
So you guys, I think I found a new side hustle, and look, I found a new friend as well. Now that this store is officially open, we're told it will never close. It's a 24/7 operation. And yes, I am standing at perhaps the largest gas station in the world, but this is just temporary. I'm also told that there is another Buc-ee store under construction right now in Luling, Texas, that is 75,000 square feet.
Wow.
Tough assignment.
Oh, my God.
That looks cool. Kathy on Buc-ee's duty in Tennessee.
In fact, we've got a little Buc-ee's right here in the plaza. This gentleman here, happened to wear Buc-ee's. What's your name?
Dempsey Wells. This is my wife, Mandy.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, guys.
Nice to see you. Nice
They
to see
sell
you.
clothes at Buc-ee's.
Look at that. Oh yeah, they do. In fact, one of my favorite T-shirts I got from Buc-ee's is that all who wander are not lost.
Oh, that sounds right.
All right,
And you like
so
the barbecue at Buc-ee's?
The barbecue brisket sandwiches.
These are our favorite gas station snacks. What'd you pick, Al?
I picked the puffy Cheeto.
The puffy Cheeto?
Good.
All right. What'd you get, Craig?
Jerky, the pepper jerky.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, we both did. Yeah, I did too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know. Great minds.
What about you,
I
SJ?
picked Doritos.
I picked bourbon, but they gave me beef jerky.
I picked Doritos, but then when I saw this Chex Mix Gardetto scene, I was sorry I didn't pick it. You picked it.
It's Hooters.
It's so good.
Max, do you all?
Although the cheddar Chex Mix.
Yeah, you can't stop eating that. Had we known it was a Buc-ee's where the choices were limitless, literally, we might have picked brisket or one of the barbecue you said is great.
Nobody
No, they
told
got to
us.
send Kathy. Bring us a barbecue sandwich. Those are good.
This is a delicious breakfast.
Yeah, very healthy.
All right, so guys, we're going to be back with the third and fourth hours, including a celebration. 25 years of Will and Grace. We're going to have two of the stars on the show. Should we give a lot of camera time to our plaza?
Why not?
Let's
Yeah.
wrap it up with a lot of camera time to our plaza, y'all. First,
Shake
local
it.
news.
Let's go. Around the horn we go. Here's a check of your local news and weather. Happy Monday, everybody. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just going to say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the third hour of Today, worth the wait? The rush is on to turn popular diet drugs like Ozempic into pills. Who are they for? When could they be available? And how much are they going to cost? Plus, in our series, Today Climate, Dylan sharing her epic journey to a place few folks get to see.
Oh my God, I see one.
Oh, there it is. Oh, they're huge.
Offering a rare glimpse of these majestic birds and their Hawaiian home. Then later, Tony winner Ali Stroker live in Studio 1A, filling us in on her new role and the return of And Just Like That. And wow, do we have a Monday treat.
The world's ugliest dog is Scooter.
Fresh off his big win, Scooter, the world's ugliest dog, joining us live in Studio 1A. That's all today, Monday, June 26th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good Monday morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. We are all back
here.
together. Janelle, Craig, Dylan. Oh, man, it's good to see everybody.
Hi, guys.
Hope you had a great weekend. Of course, it's kind of hard to top the Royal Ascot.
My run of exotic trips is coming to an end.
Is it?
Yes.
It's quite the junket.
It was quite the junket. Yes, I was out in London. I had all the pretty dresses. I had the hats. Al, you know Christine Moore.
Oh, that's right. She
who
does
puts
some lovely hats.
Together with my beautiful dresses.
Of course, nobody had quite the weekend as Steve Kornacki, who at least is profitable.
So, I've covered this event. This is my second year with Steve, and I see him at the Kentucky Derby every year. So, Steve, when he gambles on horses, right, he's really he's into it. He's the numbers guy. He had the run of a lifetime. I mean, I had to take some video of it because I've never seen him smile like this.
Did he win?
I mean, just watch this. Watch this. All right, Steve, what has been going on this week?
I like Royal Ascot. It's been very good to me.
Is that for real?
Oh, yeah.
This is the first time you've liked it this much.
Yes, you know what else I'm learning I like? The exchange rate.
I asked Steve if I could post this and talk about this. I mean, he literally was paid out in 20s. He won over 5,000 pounds.
Like 7,000 in
It's more than $7,000.
I thought it was a joke.
He kicked Royal Ascot.
He did. It makes up for last year. So I think now he's broke even.
Yeah. Okay. From now on, the next time we do any kind of bracket challenge or whatever, I'm listening to Steve Kornacki.
You had a great weekend, but not
fair. I'm I feel like we should have
profitable.
put you for the end. I'm like, well, my twins are no longer allergic to almonds and shellfish. That was part of it.
That's cool.
It is actually a big deal. If you have a family member with allergies, first of all, they hate the prick test and what have you. But the win is they're no longer allergic to shellfish, eggs, or almonds, which is huge.
That's big.
So the first thing my little guy he goes, so can I have lobster?
Of course.
And Claire goes, can I have crabs? And then yesterday she goes, can I have a chocolate-covered almond? I'm like, well, hold on.
So how long were they allergic to?
Their whole lives. I mean, it's gradually gotten better.
Yeah. You're supposed to
Yep. And then we took my oldest to sleepaway camp this weekend. I tried to snap that really quickly. It's just 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Yeah. But I woke up this morning in the middle of the night, thinking, and I can't text them because they took their phones, which is for the best.
That's
you know what the magic 2 weeks?
Harder for me than him.
The magic 2 weeks?
What?
When all three are gone. Sleepaway.
How was your weekend?
Deborah was out of town on a shoot. Nick and I were just hanging out. We went and saw The Flash this weekend, had dinner.
You had a bottle of wine? Looks like you had a bottle of wine.
No, that's just water. It's a water. Although Nick ordered a mojito. So.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He's going to be 21 in 2 weeks.
All right.
Wow.
Was that a moment? That's weird.
Yeah.
I still can't wrap my brain around. I'm sure you can't.
Well, and in a week I'm going to be a grandpa. So it's kind of crazy. How about your weekend with your sweet girl?
I wanted to do nothing. I did a whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
But Sybil did have a birthday party, and it was one of those parties where they bring out animals.
Oh, wow.
And so she got to play with a bunny at the party.
How old is she now?
Oh, she's 6.
Oh, wow. What is that?
That's an iguana, I believe I was told.
Okay.
But she's fearless. She's
That's
fearless.
awesome.
Look at her.
Oh, my goodness.
So it was a fun weekend. Just a
fun.
whole lot of
Sure.
nothing. Oh, no, it wasn't her birthday.
Oh, I was going to say. I didn't think it
she
was
went to
her
someone
birthday.
else's birthday.
Somebody else's birthday.
Yeah.
I thought you know.
No.
No, we would have seen different pictures.
It's like a winter birthday, right?
November.
November.
Bella's in March. Bella's in March.
Well, hopefully you had a wonderful weekend as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Guys, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
It's a busy Monday. We're going to start with some pretty big news in the booming weight loss industry. We've heard a lot over the past few months about drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy. Right now, you have to inject those drugs, but major drug companies are working on a pill version of those and other weight loss drugs as well. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here. Dr. Natalie, welcome. Hope your weekend was fun as well. So, I mean, we've heard a lot about the injectables. How do these compare in terms of efficacy?
Well, okay, and first of all, it is an arms race to who is going to get here first. There are 4 different oral candidates right now made by 3 different drug companies. So think about that. There's 4 that are headed to the finish line.
Wow.
We can see right here, look, Novo Nordisk, their drug is seeking approval in 2023. Lilly's drug is in their phase 3, and Pfizer has 2 drugs that are in phase 2. One of them is going to go to phase 3. In terms of effectiveness, comparable to the injections, probably will never exceed how efficacious the injectables are, like Wegovy and Mounjaro and those kinds of things. Mechanism of action is exactly the same. Adverse effects, also the same. Think nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, always GI. When taking these medications, you want to think low and slow. The majority of side effects occur when the drug is being started and as the dose is being escalated.
Okay. Here's the thing. These drugs are expensive even with insurance. Would a pill version, are they trying to make it a little more affordable?
Well, so here's the thing.
Well, I'm sure the drug companies will do that.
I mean,
I share your cynicism, Al. I think everybody assumes that a pill is going to be cheaper because it's cheaper to make for sure, right? Injections, you have the needles, you have the whole mechanism and everything, and storage. But believe it or not, we looked at the list price for another oral that's for type 2 diabetes, Rybelsus. It could be $1,000 a month. You know, so it really So it really depends on your insurance, what what pharmacy you use, that kind of thing. But just a point about the drugs in terms of like how they compare pills versus injection. Think about it. For some people it's easier to do once a week, right? There's like, I'm just going to do an injection once a week. But a lot of people are needle phobic.
Oh, yeah.
So with the pills, it's either once or twice a day. Some of them you have to take with food. Some of them you don't necessarily have to take with food. And again, we're assuming that it's going to be cheaper, but I wouldn't run home with that just yet. We'll see. We haven't gotten what their list price is going to be just yet.
So, Natalie, here's the thing. So we're doing it. These were for diabetes, for other than weight loss. Do we know long-term what these drugs, whether it's a pill or an injection, is going to be?
Well, no, because we don't have that data, right? I mean, the longest we have on the trial participants is about 2 to 3 years. You know, this is still really, all these studies are done on people with obesity or who are overweight and have one weight-related comorbidity. No study was done on people who need to lose, 5 pounds or something. We're talking about like 15% of people's body weight is the upper limit of what people are losing here. The expectation, again, when you stop these medicines is that you're very likely to regain the weight because they work, again, by mimicking these hormones that make you feel fuller.
I never knew why. I haven't known why it works.
It does a couple of different things. It works on the brain center that makes you feel full faster. It slows down how quickly your food is leaving your stomach. So it's really working on those cravings and that satiety. And again, when the drug is stopped, those hormonal shifts presumably revert back to normal again.
And then you get that boomerang and gain even more.
Yo-yo, we don't know what that means long term.
Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Dr. Natalie. Well, it was good seeing you. Well, now we're feeling some puppy love for Monday morning. Our next guest, we hope, will put a smile on your face. This weekend in California, the annual World's Ugliest Dog Contest took place. Gotti Schwartz was one of the judges, and this year's winner, 7-year-old Chinese crested Scooter. And here's Scooter right now with his owner, Linda Elmquist. Good morning and congratulations.
Thank you.
Scooter's shaking. Is that okay?
Is he okay?
No, he always does that.
He always does that.
Yeah.
So what made you decide to enter Scooter into the contest?
Well, Scooter obviously has some issues that aren't really considered beautiful. I think he's beautiful. But he, besides being hairless, a lot of people don't like that or they think it looks weird. His tongue thing. He also was born with his back legs on backwards. So see, he walks on his front legs.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
And can I put him on the table? No.
He was born with his legs going backwards.
Yeah, see, you can see right here.
Does it hurt him? It doesn't hurt him.
No, no pain. I'm not sure he likes his surface.
Yeah, because you can see through it, probably throwing him off.
Yeah, he's like, what?
Yeah, he's like, what is happening?
But yeah, he throws his legs up in the air and walks on his 2 front legs.
Oh my goodness.
And this isn't your only dog.
You guys, how many other dogs do you have?
I have 7 of my own, and right now I have 3 fosters because I rescue for a couple of different groups, Saving Animals from Euthanasia and Cherished Tale Senior Sanctuary. I really like senior dogs.
Tell us about Scooter as a dog. I mean, is he snuggly? Is he excitable?
He's a great guy. He likes everybody. He hasn't seen anybody he doesn't like. And the cool thing about Scooter is that he has no idea that he has a handicap at all.
We got a little work for Scooter.
He's super.
We heard that he loves liverwurst. Mike, thank you.
Maybe
cut up a little smaller.
Look at dude.
He enjoyed what, a filet mignon and a croissant?
Oh my gosh, last night.
Last night, not bad.
Yeah, this is his
Thank
favorite.
you so much. Congratulations. Wear the crown proudly, my friend.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you, Linda.
All right.
Oh my God, here you can
take this.
Take the liver.
Whatever it
is.
Coming up, Climate Series, you've got a great one.
I do. It's part of our series Today Climate. So we are going to take you along a journey to a place in Hawaii that very few people get to see. We're going to show you some incredibly rare birds when we come right back.
Still scarfing down the liver.
I know, so cute.
This morning on Today's Climate, Dylan is still flying high after her big trip, not to London, but before to Hawaii, getting a rare glimpse at some of the longest living seabirds on the planet.
Yeah, this was such a treat, especially since Hawaii was my 50th state
that's right.
to have visited. So I checked off a lot of boxes here, but thank you to our sponsor, Netflix, and their series, Our Planet 2. I got to travel to a very remote but protected habitat on the island of Oahu to learn about the Laysan albatross, and it's an incredible bird with a wingspan of up to 11 feet.
Wow.
And I also found out about their unique parenting skills.
We've traveled to the Hawaiian island of Oahu, part of the most remote group of islands in the world, with Toby Nolan, zoologist, producer, and director of the Netflix series Our Planet 2.
So where exactly are we headed? It is the last place on the island of Oahu where the Laysan albatross still breeds.
This area of the island has been a natural reserve since 1983, protected by a barrier fence.
What makes this area so ideal for the albatross to nest here?
These are the biggest wings on the planet, and in order to fly, they're completely reliant on wind. So they breed on the windiest spots on every island.
Toby knows his feathered friends well. He spent 6 weeks filming and living at another Hawaiian albatross colony, the Papa Hanau Mokuakea Marine National Monument.
Yeah, just keep an eye out. They kind of poke out above the horizon. Oh my God, I see one.
Oh, there it is. Oh, they're huge. And that's a baby?
It's a baby.
Holy cow. He's just chilling there.
At this age, they're as big as the parents.
It looks like he's wearing a wig.
It does, right?
At this time of year, chicks are sitting in exactly the same place where they were hatched, in rain, wind, and sun.
About how old is this one?
It's a bit younger than the ones we've just seen because you've got this dense chocolate down covering it. Because it's a younger chick, it's going to be being fed by its parents still.
Albatross mate for life, and for the first 6 months, lovingly care and feed their one and only chick. Until they don't.
So is this poor guy here, is he hungry at this point?
This guy's starving.
Really?
He hasn't eaten in 2 weeks probably.
Oh my goodness.
He was abandoned, and the only ticket he has to eat is to head out there to the sea.
It's tough love, but the chicks will take off and spend up to 4 years at sea, coming back to land as adults ready to mate.
He's got a lifetime as a long, lonely traveler.
Yeah.
But then they have this incredible relationship with each other when they do find a mate.
Marigold Zoll is the forestry and wildlife manager here on the island.
Was there ever a point where there were absolutely no birds?
When it was first designated as a natural area reserve, there were 0 nesting seabirds here. And now there's about 3,000 pairs of shearwaters, and there's about regularly 60 pairs of nesting albatross here. It is a really sacred place for Hawaiians, too.
Despite all the measures to protect the birds, Toby found the things we all use in everyday life are, in fact, their greatest predator.
Plastic is such a danger for these birds.
There is plastic washing up there from 3 different continents, from across the Pacific Ocean.
Floating plastic in the ocean looks a lot like the food albatross scoop up near the surface.
Birds don't know they're unwittingly poisoning their own young.
Scientists estimate almost every albatross eats plastic, which can cause dehydration and blockages that lead to death. While filming the series, Toby and his team also found a much more fearsome predator, tiger sharks, who prey on the fledgling chicks. On Oahu, all the albatross will soon leave, until next year.
You can tell they're just kind of itching to go. This one on the hill's just stretching his wings up here.
In their long lifetime, the albatross will travel millions of miles, seeing more of the ocean than almost any other animal on the planet.
Why is it so important to tell people about these animals that they may never come in contact with?
As we continue to change our planet in huge ways, there's never been a more important time to tell a story of the importance of the freedom to move.
The freedom to move.
These birds were incredible. As far as we know, the longest living albatross is more than 70 years old.
Wow.
And of course, we want to keep these birds around. So experts say that you can do your part by reducing your plastic use, recycle where you can. Don't let your trash end up in the oceans. Because, you know, oftentimes we show animal shows like this, and we don't talk about the human interaction, but that is direct human interaction with the trash we put out there.
That shot was just stunning at that
Crazy.
beach, as far as the eye could see.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, really, and these birds are surviving. They've been around since the dinosaurs. This is like the longest living species of bird.
What a cool assignment.
That was great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, so
thank you for that. Coming up, Tony winner Allie Stroker live right here in Studio 1. There she is.
She's part of the Yankees.
Allie's going to fill us in on her new role and the return of And Just Like That.
All right.
And then a little bit later, a rising star making his Broadway debut tonight. Find out why he's already getting the attention of some comedy legends like, Steve Martin, Billy Crystal. Third hour of today, right back after this.
Cool.
We are back now with a talented star of stage and screen. Allie Stroker made history with her Tony Award-winning performance in the Broadway revival of Oklahoma in 2019.
She's appeared in hit shows like And Just Like That.
Well, now Allie's back on stage in great performances, Richard III.
So Allie stars as Lady Anne in the Shakespearean classic. Take a look.
take up the sword again, or take up me.
Arise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy executioner.
Oh,
that's good.
Allie, welcome back.
Thank you.
So we just saw in that scene there, you work closely with the Black Panther star, Denai Guerrero. She plays Richard III. What was it about this role that made Ali Stroker say, gotta do this one?
Well, first of all, it was Shakespeare in the Park, which has always been a dream place that I wanted to work. And then Lady Anne has this iconic scene at the beginning of the play where she starts the scene hating Richard, and by the end she's engaged to him. And like, as an actress, that's kind of a dream, right? To go from hating to loving all in just 2 minutes.
It's a thin line.
That's
right.
Go.
That's right.
I mean, we can see it there. I mean, the cast is, diverse, inclusive, which you don't typically see sometimes in Shakespeare plays. Tell me, I guess, why it was important to show this classic in a new light.
Well, we have such an opportunity with Shakespeare, and in my opinion, with casting, and diversity always makes things better. And this production is now on PBS with great performances, and what I love about that is that kids all over the country can watch this and see themselves represented and identify and be like, oh, I could be in a Shakespeare play.
What was it you said earlier just now that being Shakespeare in the Park was a dream? I mean, it's one of those wonderful parts about New York City that anybody can go to see these great performances. Why was it so important for you to perform in the park at Shakespeare?
My first play that I saw at Shakespeare in the Park was Romeo and Juliet. And I'll never forget the moment when the moon was rising over the stage and being in the middle of New York City, in a park, outside, seeing theater is magical. And I saw that production and I was like, I have to do that one day. That's a dream.
That's awesome.
Your face is glowing right now, but I can tell you right now, before I ask this question, your face is going to light up even more. Last time you were here, you were pregnant, and now you have 7-month-old Jessie.
Yes!
Yes!
Come on.
Oh my goodness. All right, tell us everything there is to know about motherhood.
It's a cutie.
It's amazing. And special thing I have ever done. And my husband David and I are just so lucky. He's such a good baby, and he sleeps, and he loves to eat, and he laughs, and he recognizes us now. And all the little milestones. You're just like, this is so cool.
You're Jessie's
getting
girl.
cooler and cooler.
You're Jessie's
Yes, Jessie's
So
girl.
you've got this beautiful boy. You've got, you've done so many great projects on stage. Would you ever want to go behind the scenes and work behind the camera, or?
Yeah. I mean, I'm really excited about creating some projects now and producing.
Cool.
And I think it's so important to have all different kinds of people in those positions as well, because we have a lot of different stories to tell.
Yes.
And it's just important that we hear those voices. And I'm really excited. And also as a mom now, you want to find different ways to be working.
Absolutely.
Really quickly before we let you go, and just like that, premiered last week.
Yeah.
Chloe's back.
She's back.
What's it like working with the cast again?
It's a dream. I was such a huge Sex and the City fan, so to be doing a scene with Sarah Jessica Parker, I was like, oh my gosh, pinch me! I can't believe I'm in the same room as Carrie.
That's fantastic.
Allie, thank you.
Thank you so much for having
So
me.
good to see you.
Tell Jessie hello.
We will.
Great performances. Richard III streaming for free, by the way, on pbs.org and the PBS app until July 28th.
And coming up, speaking to the stage, the comedian making his Broadway debut tonight. Find out while he's already getting the attention of legends like Jerry Seinfeld. Then later, it's Jet Set Today. From the West Coast to the Windy City, hot summer deals we can all still book. Third hour of Today. I'll be right back.
We are back with a comedian who is hours away from his big break. You may not know the name, Alex Edelman, just yet, but his show, Just For Us, is earning high praise, and NBC's Jacob Soboroff found out why. Good morning.
What's up, you guys? Everybody is going to be talking about Alex Edelman. There's only a handful of comedians like Whoopi Goldberg that have made it to Broadway before they were huge stars. Alex is about to join that group. His show is so funny. It is thoughtful. It is timely. It centers around his Jewish identity. Tonight is his Broadway debut, and he says he is still pinching himself.
This is my first day seeing this.
And when you saw your name on the Broadway marquee, it's got to be insane.
It's bananas.
Stand-up comedian Alex Edelman has performed his one-man comedy show all over the world.
I have an uncle who doesn't like gay people, and because of that, I have come out of the closet on Thanksgiving every Thanksgiving.
In his solo show, Just For Us, the jokes are about his Jewish identity.
My full name is David Yosef Shimon Ben Elazar Ruvain Alexander Halevi Edelman.
An act he's performed and perfected, but took off after rave reviews and sold out off-Broadway runs.
Let's go in. So yeah, let's get inside.
Now the 34-year-old comedian is making his Broadway debut.
When you look at this, are you a little nervous?
Of course I'm nervous. It's Broadway.
Like, this all happened because of word of mouth. Like, I'm not famous. Like, I'm aggressively not famous.
Just For Us, the show, it centers around you, a young Jewish man, deciding to show up at a meeting of white nationalists, white supremacists. Why?
I was unemployed. No, I was on Twitter. I was actually really curious about this sort of like look into window of like anti-Semitic Twitter. One of them tweeted, hey, if you have questions about your whiteness, come to this address at this time. And I thought it was going to be, intense, polite conversation over scones or something on whiteness. And I got there and it was not that.
But come on, man, it's a little crazy.
I was a little nervous.
Did you go into it terrified?
I mean, I'm a stand-up comedian. Yeah. So like, I walk into rooms every night where people hate me.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Audiences of all kinds may have found the show, but it also came at a moment when there was an undeniable rise of anti-Semitism.
People were like, God, your show's so timely. And I was like, yeah, if you want to write a show that's evergreen, write about how like ice cream is great and anti-Semitism is a problem.
Alex says the show's also resonated with diverse non-Jewish audiences.
Someone from an Indian family came up to me crying. A lot of people, the show is about assimilation. The parts of ourselves that we sort of put into our pockets to fit in any room. He said, you can't have that, David. We're Jewish.
Alex grew up in a modern Orthodox Jewish home in Brookline, a suburb of Boston. He includes in the show his family's kosher Christmas to help a Christian friend not have to celebrate alone.
It's a story about empathy and the understanding that we show our neighbors and are shown by our neighbors. My mother's from Ohio, so I think it afforded her the opportunity to like finally have the Christmas she'd always wanted. My mom put up stockings above the fireplace with our names on them in Hebrew.
So how did you go from a Jewish day school to Broadway?
Comedy clubs, man. Comedy clubs are the best. I started comedy as like in my late teens. I didn't get serious about it until I was out of college.
Legendary comedians that have come to see it and say such amazing things about it.
It's crazy, dude.
Comedy legends like Jerry Seinfeld, Billy Crystal, and Steve Martin.
And every comic who comes, I ask them for something, give me some criticism. And Steve Martin's like, I don't have criticism, but I have a line. Do you want a line?
He gave you a line?
He gave me a line. So the show is co-written by Steve Martin.
Billy Crystal told you to stop using a hand mic.
Yes. Billy thinks you should use one of these. Like one of the headset mics. It's undeniably better. I was like, damn it. Those are the kind of jokes I write. I write jokes that are so dumb and small that part of it is like, oh, I can't believe someone took the time to think about that.
Alex Edelman's big break on Broadway is still sinking in.
I cannot stress how never this happens, Jacob. Comics who get to do Broadway are usually comedians who, it's not usually their break. So this is like very nice for me. It's really cool.
How cool is that? We want to thank, by the way, the Lambs Club at the Chotwell Hotel in Times Square for letting us hang out there. It's across the street from the Hudson Theater, where Alex Edelman's show Just For Us debuts tonight on Broadway. And I know it kind of maybe sounds serious. It is so funny and it's so relatable because So many of us have felt like outsiders at some point in our lives, and that's what this show is all about. But he tells the story in this way that is just hysterical.
I want to go.
Can you get us tickets?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. You guys want to go nice?
Yes.
Opening night.
Come on.
I've seen some of his work, so I could see why he's got a whole
You got to go. We'll go on Broadway. It's going to be so great. Thank you, guys.
That's great. Thanks, Jacob.
All right.
Coming up next, we're going to head to the big city in our series Jet Set today. Some great getaways if you're looking for something other than a beach vacation this summer. Then later, the cat's out of the bag. We have a Start Today yoga workout. Simple moves for beginners you can do right at home. Downward Ugly Dog comes to mind. Third hour of Today. I'll be right back. Fear not if you have not planned your summer vacation yet. We on Jet Set Today are going to help you. According to our sponsor Expedia, travelers are flocking to cities right now more for affordable rates and unique experiences. And so with a few great destinations and deals, our good buddy, travel expert Mark Elwood is here. Scan the QR code to check out all of Mark's picks. Mark, good to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
So why are people flocking to cities?
I think this is about zigging when others zag. Smart people think, okay, the world thinks about the beach, I'll go the other way.
Okay.
And we've got the Expedia data basically says average hotel room rate in a city under $250. You're seeing a lot of round trip tickets to cities under $300.
Good. Wow.
So this is a great way to kind of score an insidery summer vacation.
All right, so let's jump to the West Coast and start with a city we have to visit.
We're going to go to Seattle, which has beautiful weather. July, August in the 70s. Gorgeous to walk around. How chocoholic are you guys?
Oh,
Do you love the
everybody,
chocolate?
absolutely.
Okay, so there's a great chocolate tour. It really is death by chocolate brought to life, which you can do there.
So
which
good.
is 12 tastings, 8 places. But I'm going to send you on. Yeah, I mean, look, you just want to dive into that. I'm going to send you to Seafair, which is August 4th to the 6th. Great event, which is essentially land, sea, ocean might. You've got the Blue Angels fly past. You've got Fleet Week. Cool. It's a real chance to kind of see all that's best about America. And I'm going to put you in a hotel that is starts at $174 a night, right downtown.
Oh, the Kimpton, this looks pretty.
Yep. And we're also looking, there's a 15% discount. If you book quickly, we've got a little early bird discount on some of these, so do check that out.
I love that. All right, so tell us why Chicago, the Windy City.
I used to live in Chicago, so I am biased.
Yeah.
Summer in Chicago, you want to go to Navy Pier, to the beach.
Love Chicago.
And I would also send you on a Wendella's tour around the skyscrapers on the river, because this is really like a skyscraper zoo. The skyscraper was sort of invented in Chicago. Great thing to see there. And I'm going to send you, I don't have long enough hair to mosh pit, but just anyone want to go with me, we're going to send you to Lollapalooza.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I'm going to send you to Lollapalooza in early August when you can see Billie Eilish, you can see Lana Del Rey, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I've also, again, got a great hotel, River North. It starts at $145 a night, the Godfrey, right in the middle of everything.
All right, let's head to the Rockies and Denver.
I mean, Denver, the mile-high city. I'm sending you to Denver for beer. Okay. 150 breweries in and around Denver.
Wow.
Denver is beer's spiritual home, and they're bringing
I didn't know
forth.
that.
And that Union Station is fantastic.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think Denver gets overlooked. I think it really gets overlooked.
Right.
But we're going to have the Great American Beer Festival, September 21st to 23rd, costume contests, special beers from around the country. And again, Warwick Denver Hotel right there, $175 a night, and it's got an amazing rooftop pool.
Very nice.
So if the weather's nice,
Yeah. All right. Speaking of weather, it can be a little hot down south this time of year, but you do have a city that you say we should still check out.
And you know why I'd send you to Austin? Austin. You see, exactly, flicker of enjoyment. Austin is a city that we forget is really on the water. It's not coastal, but of course the Lady Bird Reservoir, that lake, which was
beautiful.
built, puts everyone onto the
Great
water.
walking trails.
Oh, totally. You get the kayaks, you get boat trips.
The food.
Oh, well, hello. And I'm going to send you, because Austin is about keeping Austin weird, I'm going to send you to the Bat Festival on August. The Bat Festival, B-A-T.
Okay.
Congress Bridge, I'm sure you've walked across Congress Bridge and seen the bats, sort of like black lace at sunset, kind of flying around.
I haven't done that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little freaky.
Right, it is a little freaky. But on August 26th, in all the best freaky Austin way, they celebrate that with some music, food stands.
And where
all of
should
that.
we stay?
I would put you at the Omni, which is just north of the river, couple of blocks off 6th Street, so near the action, but you will get a good night's
I
sleep.
love that you're doing stateside trips because I think you're right. A lot of times we're so big, trying to go all sorts of fancy quote unquote places with beautiful places right here.
Yeah.
Last but not least, New York City.
I mean, do I even need to justify this?
I mean,
we should just we'll wrap this now. You're going to come to New York City to go to the Today Show Plaza, of course.
Yes.
But you're also going to come for San Gennaro, which is an amazing festival in my neighborhood. I live in Little Italy.
Okay.
San Gennaro, patron saint of Naples, wonderful food stalls.
I've never been.
Yeah.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh my gosh.
See, you could be a tourist. in
That's
your own
right. And so many hotels. Where do you recommend?
I'm horrified. I'm lost for words.
No.
I will put you at the Freehand, which is a posh stall, so a posh hostel in Gramercy Park, which used to be a really artsy hotel, like Dee Dee Ramone stayed there. This has the cocktail bar to end all cocktail bars.
What? Really?
So on the roof. So I apologies in advance if it gives you a little bit of a hangover.
Can I just go just because?
Of course you can. I mean,
Okay,
I'll
you
go
can
with
talk to Mark after. To learn more about these destinations and book your stay using our exclusive coupon code, simply scan the QR code right there to today. Or you can go to today.com/jetsettoday. Got to mention that Today earns a commission for purchases made through the QR codes or links on our website.
My paycheck will just go right back in.
You're welcome.
Just give a nice little circle.
You're still just in your own little world.
I know,
Okay,
but
coming up, pull up a chair for Start Today.
We're going to walk you through a beginner's guide to yoga. We'll be right back. Back with Start Today, and this morning we are trying yoga basics to wake up your body and start your day. Sarah Larson-Levy is the founder and CEO of Y7 Studio. Sarah, good morning.
Hi, Sarah.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you guys?
We're good.
We're great. People love your classes, not just for the workout, not just for the yoga, but your music is so good too. I mean, did you create a playlist for us for this?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of one. We'll get into it.
Okay.
But I really love music. I think everyone has a soundtrack to their lives and how they move their bodies, and I wanted to bring that to yoga.
Okay, I love that.
It's
What's
such
the first
a
move?
powerful practice. Are you ready?
You bet.
Yeah. All right, let's start. We're gonna start in a mountain pose. So you can either do feet together or hips width apart, whatever is most comfortable for you. Really spread out all 10 toes onto the mat. Start to bring the weight into the outer edges of the foot, so you're really lifting the arches. Okay. It's a lot of work for standing.
Yes.
Huh? All right. Keep a little bend in the knee. Hands are gonna go by the hips, palms out wide. We're gonna take a big inhale and exhale.
You can do this at home, by the way. There's plenty of space.
Join in with us.
Okay.
On your next inhale, raise your arms above your head. Our palms are gonna meet above our head. And then as we exhale, we're gonna bring our hands through heart center. And then our hands are gonna land on our upper thighs. Okay. Now we're gonna go into a standing cat-cow. And most
A cat-cow?
Cat-cow.
Moo.
You're a cat. Exactly. You know exactly what to do already. So slight bend in the knees, and we're gonna put our palms on our upper thighs, and we're gonna arch the back, and the shoulders are gonna come back as well, and look up. This is gonna be your cow pose. And on your exhale, you're gonna round the back like an angry cat. Al, I'm waiting for your sound effect. There we go. Inhale, arch, look up.
Is that what an angry cat does? I don't think I've ever heard an angry cat.
And exhale, round. I love it. Let's do it one more time together. Inhale, arch back.
Why aren't you moving?
And exhale, round the back.
All right, now the next one is for those if we're commuting or working at home, sitting at our desks. What's something we could do?
This is gonna be it. We're gonna do it into a chair pose next.
Okay.
So let's lift our arms up again. Let's reset the body, arms up high. And on an exhale, we're gonna sink our hips back down. And I want you to look at your toes. You wanna make sure you can see all 10 toes here. So your feet are gonna be together. You're gonna sit your hips back just a little bit, like Chanel, a little bit deeper. A little more? A little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. Your arms are gonna go up overhead.
It's actually harder than it looks, because I'm like not flexible in my shoulders.
Arch your back, your shoulders are gonna drop away from the ears. Good, hold here, inhale.
It's working so much.
Exhale. Works the whole body, your core, your glutes. We're gonna bring the hands to heart center again, and we're gonna do a twisted chick. So you're gonna keep your legs in the bottom half of your body exactly as they are. You're gonna hook your left elbow over your right thigh. And this is really gonna work your spine, your core.
Really good on my back.
Yes.
You know what it is? We need to just do these things on our own do these things. Like we do it when you're here, or people are watching on TV, but we should do this. How often do you do it? Every day?
I try every day, but it's hard. It's hard to get the body moving.
Wow.
So we're gonna come back up through center.
Sarah, thank you so much. This is fantastic. I feel better already.
Feel good?
Yeah, feel good. For these moves, in addition to fitness, meal plans, and more, head to today.com/start today. Scan the QR code to sign up for our Start Today newsletter. Be part of our 500,000 folks. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Do this more often.
Tomorrow we have some summer hair tricks.
Hoda and Jenna are next.
We'll see you tomorrow.
It says bye-bye.
Bye.
Today we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of Will and Grace with Sean Hayes and Eric McCormack. And break out your boots. We are line dancing with the folks from Stud Country. And John Hamm is married. The Mad Men star tied the knot over the weekend in front of his celebrity pals. And we've got details.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Yes! Come on! Let's go! It's Monday, the 26th of June. Jenna's off, so look who has come to grace us with her awesome presence. Yes, it's Stephanie Rule. Come on, everybody. Stephanie Rule from the 11th hour. You know, okay, I'm just going to declare I love me some Stephanie Rule. I have loved Stephanie Rule since the beginning, before everyone else loved her, but
I love you. I also want you to know, Hoda smells particularly fantastic today.
Thank you. But I loved you at a different level the other day, because you have a really, really, really good Instagram. And if you guys have ever gone to see your child perform at any kind of an event, you know the feeling and the vibe. But your feeling and your vibe, what's your daughter's name again?
Drew.
Drew.
My husband's name is Andy, and it was my last child, and I had 2 sons.
Yeah.
And when I delivered her, I surprised him, and I said, "This is our last one. I'm going to name her after you." And he started crying and crying, and I was like, "Okay, don't make me change my mind." So Drew is my daughter. So we call her Dream Come Drew.
Dream Come Drew.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, so
she's way younger than everyone.
Yeah.
So she's just this.
So how old is she?
She's 10.
Okay. So she was performing at, what was she performing?
It's a school show.
Okay. Can we just, okay, we're going to show you a video.
Oh, this is her in a musical. That picture right there. She's in a musical right now down at the beach at the Surflight Theater. So she's a theater kid.
She's a theater kid.
Yes, she's a theater
kid. But
kid.
can we please, I think we have this video. Please look at this video of Stephanie watching her daughter perform. Not this one. Do you know the one I'm talking about? Not this one.
This one's really good.
Okay, that was amazing. That was amazing. Do you have your phone?
I don't.
You don't. Okay, there is a video of your daughter singing a song called The Circle, is that right?
Yes.
The Circle. It's amazing, and it is, you're actually watching her perform this song, and your husband is kind of surreptitiously videoing you as this is going on. I swear, Steph, I looked at this video. I wish I had Instagram on my phone. Did you guys have your phone? Can someone just hand me a phone?
It's
with Instagram on it. Is it open? Okay. I got it. I'm sorry. You follow Stephanie? I hope so. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Hang on. Which one is it, Steph? Show me. I know this is great TV, but I'm sorry.
This is amazing to me.
I have to.
You know what it is? When you get to see my daughter sang in school because nobody asked her to be in their dance routine. And she said, "You know what? I'm just going to sing on my own." And she did it, and she nailed it.
Look at us.
And here we are. We are making amazing TV for you right now.
But this is so good.
Here she is,
by the way,
Josephine
and
Baker.
It's so worth it when you see it.
Oh, my poor husband doing aerial yoga.
Oh, we will. Yeah, I'm going to show it.
Here we go.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Okay. We probably can't hear it, but watch this. Stay here. Watch this. Here's Steph.
I'm crying.
She's sobbing
because my sons are sitting next to me. And, you know, they make fun of her and they tease her. And then the two of them are singing along with her. And the two of them have their phones out. And
but let me tell you about that song, Draw the Circle. So I saw that. I was literally crying when I watched it because it was so moving and beautiful to me. I got the song, I downloaded the song, I played it for my girls. I go, girls, we're gonna learn a song today. It's called The Circle.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding. It was so incredibly beautiful, but sometimes it's like a tiny moment on a single day, and it impacts people. So especially when there's something so beautiful like that, like your incredible daughter and you. But
thank you.
Anyway, way to go, Drew.
For me, it's those moments when I'm like in the back seat of a car, changing with my, like racing to get to work, saying like, this sucks, I'm so stressed. And then you get yourself to school.
Yeah.
Right? Especially at the end of the school year. Every mom deals with like 78 different events. And you're like, I got a concert, I got a piano thing. And then you get there and you hear your angel just with total confidence get up there and sing. And it gives you life.
You're right. And what you said about the sprint to get there, because sometimes you think, am I going to make it? Am I too late? Did I miss it? You know, but to show up for those moments, beautiful.
My best friend at the beach just missed. Her son was in a big presentation at school.
Yeah.
She put it on her calendar for 9:30 a.m.
Don't tell me.
And it was at 9. And she missed it by a minute.
Yeah.
And this weekend, we're going to recreate it at my house.
Of course you are. Oh, my God, that is beautiful. All right.
Imagine you miss it by a minute.
No, please don't. Please, I can't. I have enough anxiety.
Yeah, you missed by a minute.
All right, so big news. John Hamm got married over the weekend.
Only because he hasn't met me.
Is that the reason? That's it?
I believe this.
Okay.
She's so beautiful.
Anna Osceola is a fellow actress. And in fact, the two of them actually met on the set of Mad Men. That was back in 2015. Look at this.
You can get you a car and driver with a couple days' notice. Or you could hitch. But you'll be standing.
There was chemistry in that 6 seconds. I'm sorry. It was palpable and it was available.
And it was in Big Sur, California, where they then got married this weekend.
You know what? Sometimes, like, you know how sometimes someone will date someone for a long, long time, and then the next person that they meet is the person they marry, and the person who was like, I toiled through all this, and now you married this one. Like, sometimes I wonder, I don't know, maybe that isn't the person for you if you're the one left behind. Because I think sometimes when you feel bitter, it's like, I put in all the hard work, and now this girl is the one who winds up with the man.
Yeah, and he was with somebody else for 15, 17 years.
But
That's
maybe
a long
it's
time.
maybe when it's right, and maybe it's.
Also, just because you're with somebody for a long time doesn't mean they should be your life partner, right? Like I have this thought that, you know, when people get a divorce or like it was a failure, it wasn't.
No.
Okay. For me, there's not that many things you want to do for your entire life.
Yeah.
Right? If you're with someone for 10 years, if you have a family with them and you decide to do something else in your next chapter, good for you.
Yeah.
Right? When I grew up, right, I grew up Catholic.
Yeah.
Right? Catholics, it's like, we're just going to stay married to each other forever, no matter what. I think it's brave to say, you know what? This isn't
working for me.
I'm going to do something else.
Right. And everyone, you can try and try, but I think there is a fine line between trying and being an optimist and then realizing that this is not actually the right thing for me. We're talking about Kelly Clarkson had that. She was an optimist. She was like, I'm trying. I can make it work. And then one day she was like, it's not working.
And that's okay.
And that's okay.
Knowing that that's okay.
Right.
And seeing people say that is so important.
Yes.
But that John Hamm, if this doesn't work out, and if my husband decides to send me packing.
There's a lot of ifs. All right, we love a national day around here. Let us get ready to celebrate.
Well, we have a fun celebrity game, and all the stars have one thing in common, so play along right after this.
no matter how obscure the National Day is, it's always a good excuse for our producers to come up with a fun game. So today we are celebrating
Dun, dun, dun.
National Sarah Day.
Okay, so call up every Sarah you know. We're kicking off the fun by honoring some of our favorite ladies in a game called
Celebrate good times, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Was that Sean
Who
singing?
sang that?
It was Sean. Okay, and here is our host, our fabulous producer, Sarah Claggett. Hey, girl. Girl, we've been waiting for you.
Here we go.
Happy National Sarah Day.
Thank
Who knew?
you.
Did you know? I didn't.
Do you say Sarah or what do you
Sarah.
say? What do you say?
Okay, I grew up in New Jersey, and I say Sarah. But when I say
Sarah.
this, everyone is like, where are you from?
Sarah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sarah.
Sarah. All right,
So who
girl.
knew?
Okay.
Anyway, we have a game, and this is how it's going to work.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a silhouette of a famous Sarah, or shall we say a Sarah-wette?
A Sarah-wette. Now you're getting
Clues
cute.
until you can guess that famous Sarah.
Okay.
You ready?
Ready.
Okay. First up, Sarah is just one of this woman's 3 names.
What?
But none of those 3 names are Samantha, Charlotte,
Oh, Sarah
or
Jessica
Miranda.
Parker!
Oh! Yay! Hoda got it.
Yes.
All right. If you've ever cried at a commercial about dogs, you might have this
Sarah
Sarah to
McLachlan.
thank. Hoda again.
Oh
Ready,
my
Stephanie?
God.
All right. This Sarah is both an American treasure and American horror story, but in reality, she actually loves Holland.
What? I don't know American Horror Story. Sorry. Sarah, anymore?
Sarah Paulson.
Oh, Sarah Paulson! Wait,
I love her.
Sarah Paulson.
Oh, but American Horror Story is too scary for me. I wish there was a different
my
clue. I
God,
love her.
I love
She is
her.
super cool.
Okay. This Sarah is no stranger to anatomy, whether it's Grey's or Miranda's in Just Like That. Hey, it's no Che Day.
Che, I don't know.
It's
Wait, what?
in
The
Just
one who
Like
plays
That.
Che.
Che! Sarah
Ramirez.
Sarah Ramirez.
All right.
Oh,
Okay,
God,
there
Wait.
aren't a lot of jokes by this Sarah that I can say on morning daytime television.
The comedian.
But
Sarah Silverman.
Yes,
There you go.
exactly.
You gave that was
By
a
the way,
gift. Thank
she's.
you.
All right.
And don't forget the silhouettes behind us.
It is.
She is super funny.
This is our last one.
Wait, our last one?
Yes.
This went too fast.
This Sarah is not going to write you a love song, but she might be your waitress on
Bareilles.
Broadway.
Wait, Kale Bareilles is my girl. How did you get in there and get that?
All right, who won? It's
Obviously,
a tie.
Hoda.
It's a
Obviously,
tie.
Hoda
Oh,
won
then you
it.
both
Obviously
get a hug
won it.
by me.
Wait,
It's a
That's
Sarah
your
gives the
prize.
hug? Oh.
Yes.
Sarah Claggett,
right.
we love you.
Happy Sarah Day.
You did
Happy
such a
Sarah
great
Day.
job. She did
That was
excellent.
great.
All right, coming up next, you know them and love them as Just Jack and Will, and now Sean Hayes and Eric McCormack. They're reuniting.
They've got something new for Will and Grace fans, and they're going to tell us all about it right after this.
All right, whether you watch the original back in the late 90s or more recently the reboot, one thing's for sure, Will and Grace is one of the most beloved sitcoms of all time.
And you are in luck because now Sean Hayes and Eric McCormack are revisiting the superstar hit series, taking us behind the scenes in a new podcast called Just Jack and Will. Gentlemen,
Hi.
Good morning. Whose idea was this?
I was hoping you could get deeper couches.
What are you
I can't even.
I mean, we could have one of those couches.
that
Your
what you
posture
need?
would still be terrible.
All right, so tell us, whose idea was this podcast?
Sean produces just over 400 podcasts.
I know.
And said, you should have one too. And I thought, yes, that's what America wants. So we developed one with my friend Steven Weber, and that's going just swimmingly. But then he said, what are we doing together? So we started talking about something Will and Grace rewatchable-ish.
Yeah, we were having lunch and we were just chatting, and the idea came up where Eric has maybe watched the show a little too much, and I've never watched it. I've never seen it.
Pause.
First of all, calm down.
Watched it?
Don't come at me. This is live television. Do not come at me.
Baloney. Never watched it?
No, I've never watched it.
So like when Cher was on.
Because I was there.
When Cher was on, you weren't like, oh my God,
I gotta see.
No. He'd seen it live. You know, he'd been there with Cher.
Oh, you don't need to rewatch it. You don't rewatch
I've never really watched the series ever.
Okay.
I remember like clips and moments like the Cher thing that's been or whatever, and I remember moments being there, but I've never watched it like an audience member.
And Eric, you watch a lot.
Meanwhile, if it comes on ever, my wife and I will watch it. My son got old enough that he'd walk in the room and go, really? You're just going to sit and watch yourself on TV, some old show you did? So, yeah, I know it very well, which I can bring that to the show.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's discovering, it's a rewatch for me. It's a watch
So
for
it's like
him.
you're introducing him to your own
It's kind
show.
of like, I think of it like he has amnesia, and I have to bring people in from his life. Go, remember this? Sean, does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Are you watching yourself hotter and younger?
Thanks. That's so great. Thanks. Yeah.
He looked.
Stephanie. Sorry, Jenna. No, I do. I look like I'm 10.
You look
we all
like
look
a-
like we're 10.
you look like a fetus.
It's
It's
so
unbelievable.
sad.
Why is it sad?
Well, we look like children.
Well, think about all that you've accomplished since that point, like the Tony that you kept wanting me to bring up. Congratulations on your Tony Award, Sean.
Thank
You what? What did you win?
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Amazing.
But you're both
thank you,
in
thank
Broadway shows right now. So
Yes. He's in the Cottage on the same street at the Hayes Theater.
Yeah, so the Cottage, we start previews in 2 weeks, and we'll be running at the same time on the same street through the summer. So if you're a Will and Grace fan,
Oh my gosh.
Broadway.
That is
Isn't that
very,
crazy?
very cool.
are you going to go home are you going to get a drink together after work?
You
No.
never
You
do.
never know.
You guys get a drink before work, right?
Yes. During, actually.
During, yeah.
Yes, during.
So can we just go back, honestly, for a moment for the Tony? What was it like to have won that award? You came here last time pre-Tonys.
Yeah. No, it was, as you can imagine, so surreal. It's an incredible honor to be recognized for something that you've been working at for so long, and there are no words. You know, it's an incredible acknowledgement, just that hey, we see you and we see the work that you've done. But I was brought down immediately back to earth when I went home back to my apartment building, and the doorman was there. I'm in a tux carrying my Tony, and he goes, "Mr. Hayes, you have a package? Thank you so much." Like, didn't know what this was or who I was or
You're like,
anything.
hey, this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Was it another Tony?
Yeah, I was opening the package. I was like,
But here you both are, stage acting again. Is that your true passion?
Yeah.
For me, that's where I came from. I think I was almost 30 before I auditioned for a television series. I mean, it was all through my 20s was theater. So this is it's so great. It's so great to have a reason to grow a mustache. Yeah. I finally have one, and it's the theater.
But you almost didn't do
pull it
Will and
off.
Grace. Oh, that would be incredible.
Yeah, that'd be good. Oh, that's it's such legend, but it's Will and Grace was one of those shows that on paper the whole network went, yes, very early.
Yeah.
This show is going. If we just have to find the actors. And so by early December of '97, the creators of the show were like, you're going to be our guy. We can't say yet, but you're going to be our guy. And it scared me.
Why?
Because it was so early in the, what we call the pilot season process, that I thought, well, I have to audition for some other things too. And so I said, I'm just going to pull myself out of this till after the new year. And then Max, who I really only had met once, called me at home and said, are you insane?
Yeah.
greatest show.
Yeah. He said, this is the best thing you'll ever get in your whole life. And he was right. So I came back in and the rest is
But you
history.
had never met before.
before the show?
Yeah.
No.
And now you're brothers for life.
That was 100%.
I love your Smartless podcast.
Thank you so much.
Everybody loves your Smartless podcast.
Thank you.
Today is a very significant day. Do you realize that?
Yes, and I wanted to spend it with you guys. It's my birthday.
It is your birthday. We actually have a message from some friends of yours who wanted to wish you a happy day.
Is it Britney Spears?
Please take a look.
Hey, Sean, I just want to wish you a happy birthday and really amazing. Everybody's so proud of you with your new podcast, Just Jack and Will. Amazing. All the best, buddy. Is that fine? Oh, what do I have to do? Make it more heartfelt? I barely know the guy.
By the way, he's one of the producers of Just Jack.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you in his Wordle posse?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No, it's okay.
How do you have a posse?
Because it goes on too long. I mean,
Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, your whole crew.
Yeah.
It's my dream to get in that
Bateman
Wordle
is
crew.
on it, and I think Cooper's on it.
Is Kara Swisher on it?
We have to mention Kara Swisher.
She told me.
She's
she
our bud.
she
She
told
texted me.
the reason you're in podcasts
is because of her.
The reason I was born is because of her.
Well, can we just continue your birthday celebration? We just want to wish you a happy
Thank you,
birthday.
thank you. That's very nice.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sean. Happy birthday to you.
Does everybody want a piece?
Does anybody want some?
We love you. By the way, Just Jack and Will is out now. Catch new episodes every Thursday on Amazon Music and anywhere you get your podcast.
It's actually really good. It's really
Up
good.
next,
We baked it special.
we are going to help you chill out this summer with clothing and gear to keep you cool after this. But during commercial,
Oh, my
we're
God.
gonna dig in.
Okay. You guys, I'm ready for the next segment.
All right, with parts of the country in the middle of a heat wave right now, there's no better way or no better time to stay cool this summer.
And here with the gear to help you do that is our health and lifestyle expert, Chassie Post.
Come on, Chassie!
What you got?
All right,
morning.
we got to start with the right shoes.
We do, and this is a real update on the waterproof shoe.
Okay.
These are called floafers. That's short for floating loafers.
Okay.
And look how stylish these are. These are this really soft EVA foam that's designed like the classic loafer.
Right.
And it's waterproof, but you can wear these, the beach, the pool, to the bar, brunch, the boardroom.
I
right?
love it 'cause I don't really like seeing men's toes. So I really like it. When a guy walks into a restaurant in a flip-flop,
You're
I
not
have no
into it.
interest
What
in
if
that
they're
big
nicely
toe.
groomed?
I do like that, but if
Okay.
they're not,
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you know
okay.
what? People love these too because feel this footbed.
Yeah, you're right.
It also has this massaging thing and it's got arch support. So these are great for walking and travel and for the whole family. Look, the little ones can
Love
wear them
it.
too.
All right, let's go to our cute models.
Oh,
Our
my
girl
gosh.
Phyllis is here.
Yes, Phyllis and also Sarah. Okay, feel this fabric.
What is this?
They are wearing from Athleta. It's called the Calm Cool collection, and it's sleepwear. But I'm telling you, I would wear this any day, right?
For sure.
So for Phyllis, this is this fabulous, great little camisole and the wide leg pant.
Love it.
And then Sarah is wearing a sleep romper. I'm
Wait.
sorry, I would wear this
out.
By the way,
anywhere.
that's super cute.
Right?
Yeah,
Super
they're
cute.
both cute.
I would definitely wear that out.
Yeah.
I would not wear it to sleep
No.
because middle of the night, if I have to go to the bathroom, that's going to be a hard pass.
But guess what?
But I'd
You're
wear it
really
out.
cool because it's thermoregulating material.
Okay.
And it's breathable and it feels cool to the touch. So I think these are fabulous.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Sarah, on National Sarah Day. You came to see us.
Aren't
All
they
right.
beautiful?
All right, let's go.
Okay,
Gadget us.
so next up, we do have a little hack for you.
What's
So
this?
this is called the Chillits, and this is a cooling towel, and all you do is you wet it, you wring it out, and then to activate the cooling, you just whip it, and then it
Whip
goes
it
cool.
good?
Whip it good and feel
Wait,
this.
is it cool?
It is.
Yes.
Wait,
it's
what?
made of this great
How does that
material.
happen?
I know, it's
How does that
evaporative
happen?
technology.
I might need to sit on this on set.
Right. So you
It's
have to just
great.
put it underwater and it lasts for hours.
cool.
And it's just $6. So
That's-
this is great for, anytime you're cool, you just pull
How
it
about
out.
when you're at one of your kids' sporting events?
Yes,
that's what it's for.
And I don't want to stand up because I'm going to have
Exactly,
a ring of butt
Wait,
sweat.
feel these. All
What
right,
are
so
these?
these are from a company called Joy Luxe, and these are
this one.
cooling bra inserts.
Oh, Lord.
So
Girl.
you just tuck them in, and I got to tell you, no one has to know that you are getting cooling relief.
Okay.
Gives you a little lift, and nobody
Yes, it
wants that
does.
sweat ring down here.
No, they
Yeah.
don't, Stephanie.
I'm no stranger to
and
that
what's
ring.
so cool about these is they come in two different kinds. One, it's the Cool Her 58 degrees, and that stays in the fridge. But these recool at room temp. And so these are called the Cool Her 80 degrees. So you throw those in your bag.
Okay,
I've got
all
to
for
say.
outdoors.
You take them out and just put them on your eyes after.
You can, yes, you can do that too.
I'm gonna go double.
Okay, next up, you guys are not going to believe this umbrella from the sharperimage.com. I don't know if y'all want to
Wait,
get
is
wet.
this gonna mist?
It is a
Back up,
misting.
girl. You- someone
yeah,
did
you
your
don't
hair.
guys don't want that. It is a misting fan umbrella.
I'm going to get
And
a perm
I
in
am
30
getting
seconds.
so cool underneath
Wait, so
here.
it's
yes,
misting
it's
you and there's a fan up
yes,
there?
and there's a mist. And I just pump this to get the mist. Oh my gosh, talk about sidelines of your kids.
By the way, that is
event.
really,
That's
really
Isn't
smart.
that amazing? So
yeah.
I'm not quite sure how to turn it off.
But, okay.
But it is misting
from
and
mist to a
working.
rain shower.
And you know what is so cool about it too?
What?
Is that it's great for, yeah, don't get it on the ladies. What's so great about it
does
is-
feel cool,
I know,
though.
doesn't it
Yeah.
though?
It's really nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it's great for those festivals, or if you have to go to an amusement park. This
Smart.
is the one,
Very
and
smart.
20%
Yes.
off with code today20.
Okay.
There you
All
go.
right. We got a great retro item here. So this is from Igloo. It's called the Cool Tunes, and if you can see in front, we've got a little Bluetooth speaker.
Brilliant. That's so smart.
And it's 26 cans.
Yeah.
So anytime you want, a cold drink and some cool tunes, portable party.
Love it.
Igloo
Isn't
making
that
a
fun?
comeback.
They sure are.
Cool
And this
tunes.
was first came out in, I think, 1989. So they're reissuing. And this,
What is this?
last but not least.
Oh, this is a mask.
I'm here for
Yeah,
this.
this is from the Ulta
Wait,
Beauty
which part is
Collection.
it?
So
Oh,
it comes in two parts. This is the cold therapy freezing mask. You put it in the freezer.
It's freezing.
It's got caffeine and aloe vera, so it's going to perk you up. I mean, it's going to perk you up, and it's going to help your complexion, right? So the caffeine wakes you up, and then the aloe vera
It's cold
is so
as
soothing.
ice.
It's cold as
I
ice.
strangely want to eat
Yeah.
it.
I know it smells so good,
smells so good.
right? And you put the bottom on and then the top
Okay.
on. It's in two
Nice.
pieces, and your skin feels so.
Did you
I'm
have
gonna
this in the
try it.
refrigerator?
Oh yeah, you put it in the freezer.
In the
I'm
freezer.
gonna try it. I mean, and it's got a bottom part that you put on
How
the
does it
bottom.
feel?
Very sexy. Very sexy.
Yeah. That's wow.
Sexy
Wow.
and freezing cold.
Tinder
ladies.
profile pic. Go with
Freezing
this.
cold.
Check out these products at today.com/shop.
Up next, Hoda and I are going to kick up our boots and get a lesson in line dance.
All right, you can all dance with us. Coming up right after this.
Oh my gosh.
Does it feel good?
So good.
right, so what do you get when you combine country music, line dancing, and two good friends who want everybody to have a ton of fun?
It is a little something called Stud Country, and the duo behind the dancing recently threw a huge party in honor of Pride Month right here in New York City in Lincoln Center at their free festival, Summer for the City.
So what do you say we check it out? Almost 2,000 people gathered under the summer sky in New York City to two-step, grapevine, and dance the night away together.
This is my Americana moment. Turn like this.
A moment created by two friends who love to dance.
Hi, I'm Sean Monahan.
And I'm Bailey Salisbury.
And we're Stud Country.
For the past 2 years, Sean and Bailey have built a welcoming and growing community of dancers in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York through their dance parties.
We honor and support and create a space where people feel really comfortable and safe dancing as same-sex partners.
It's multi-generational, it's queer, but it's inclusive, like straight people can come to. It's just like line dancing is a way for people to come together where they wouldn't have otherwise ever met each other.
This is just a great way to get out there, have fun, meet some really cool people, and just have a swell time.
Both Sean and Bailey grew up dancing competitively and have been friends for nearly 20 years. After their favorite gay honky-tonk bar in LA closed in 2021, they took matters into their own hands.
We kind of were forced to just figure out a place where we could do it. And so that meant we were doing it in parking lots, we were doing it in a dance studio. Our friends started showing up, and then that kind of snowballed, and we kind of made this new community.
Now they throw 3 parties a week and have more than 10,000 Instagram followers.
Making a queer space, I think, is really important.
And there's something that happens once you're further along and you're no longer thinking about the choreography, and you tap into this shared consciousness where the crowd moves you, and you stop thinking and you surrender to the dance, and it's the most beautiful thing.
We're having fun. We're having a blast.
Oh, yes! Okay, so Sean and Bailey are here, plus we have some very experienced line dancers to help us out. Abdi, Annika, Bronwyn, Morgan, Sam, Ollie, Becca. Hope I got everybody. By the way, I've driven by Lincoln Center and I saw your setup. I didn't know that was you guys. I can't believe you created that like that. Are you surprised by what you all have done?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's really cool, yeah.
I mean, did you think it was going to take off like that?
In our dreams, it would, and so we're kind of just living our dreams right now.
All right, well, give us the chance. We've got our boots, we've got our hats.
Yes,
ready.
We don't have coordination, but we have these two things. Okay, all right, so what are the steps?
Do you know right now Jenna is watching this going, I can't believe this is happening.
She can't believe she's missing it. Okay, so what do we do?
So this dance is called Give Me Shivers. It was choreographed by Brandon Zahorsky.
Okay,
It's
Give Me
really
Shivers.
popular right now.
Okay.
So the first 8 counts, we're just
8.
gonna jump forward. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just kind of feel your hips.
Oh, that's it? Wait,
Are
so
the
wait,
hips
that's
back
it?
and forth?
Jump forward.
Are they going back and
1.
forth?
Yeah.
Or you got
Hip, hip,
It's
and then
hip,
around.
bump, 3,
7,
4,
8.
5,
Okay, just
6,
shake it.
7,
Got it.
8.
And this is a different interpretation. So you just hold for 6 counts, your feet, and you can groove.
2.
So you can do a body roll, you can move around.
Whatever you
From
want.
Here,
Okay.
we're gonna cross over with right, cross, and right together. Right, we're gonna do the same, but we're gonna do a quarter turn to the left. So
Okay,
we're gonna
now.
go left
girl.
and quarter turn.
Okay.
So let's
this
leave
way.
all that together.
Okay.
From the top.
Is that it?
No,
There's more?
that's half the dance.
Oh, no! Okay,
You said
ready?
you do a body
First
roll,
half.
like you have the ability to do that.
Okay, we're ready.
Yes, you do.
Whatever
Okay,
kind you want to do.
We try it?
5,
6.
7, 8, and jump. And left, right, feel your hips.
And
Cross
and right
triple.
together, right?
Cross and
turn.
triple.
You got it.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Second half of the dance.
Okay.
Oh,
that's it?
We're facing the left.
We're halfway done.
We're gonna
Okay, but
cross,
we may be out of time.
Cross.
Okay, I have an idea.
Cross behind, step to the.
All right, we got it,
Okay,
we got it.
y'all,
Cross
why don't you do it all
forward,
together? Because we just have a couple
Here
seconds. Let's do it. Hit it. We're ready.
And 5, 6, 7, 8. And cross, triple, cross, triple, cross, point, 2.
Stephanie!
And
What?
another step together. Bounce, bounce, bounce from the top. Jump.
Everybody, go to Lincoln Center, check it out. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Coming up next, she's a dancer turned author with a steamy summer read. Melanie Hamrick tells us about her juicy debut novel after this. Way to go, Steph! I don't even know what's happening. Nice! Wow! Melanie Hamrick is a former ballerina, choreographer, mom, and partner to Mick Jagger. But now she can add another title to her list, author.
And she is on point with her debut novel. It is called First Position, and it is all about the seductive world. Ready for this? Of ballet. Welcome.
Hi. This is a steamy read.
For
yes,
summer.
it did. It's like the perfect summer read. Tell me about what kind of made you want to write this type of a book.
Well, I find the ballet world's really beautiful and it's sexy and you have these incredible costumes and beautiful stories and romance. And I love reading romance novels, so I found, why isn't there a romance book set at the ballet?
Yeah.
That's something I would want to read.
But this is naughtier than
This
that.
is.
This is scandalous, right? We're used to sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Yes.
We're not tuned into sex, drugs, and ballet.
Well, I found that people think of ballerinas and ballet dancers as this cookie cutter image of, they're perfect and it's perfection. And if you were to be in the wings during a performance, it's mayhem and people are running up and down and it's loud and you're not supposed to drink a soda in your costume. They're drinking soda. They're sitting on the floor, and then you brush that off and you step on stage.
And then you're perfect.
And you're perfect. So I thought I wanted to write something that was more authentic to who dancers are. They're young. They're having fun. They're in their 20s. It's that age where you're exploring.
And that was your first love for you, was ballet. You fell in love with it when you were just a little kid, 6 years old. There you are. And you just never stopped. What was it about ballet that swept you away?
Oh, that's the picture that's the point where I was like, I'm gonna be a ballerina.
Yeah.
Something about the stage and the storytelling and using your body to do something so beautiful and create art. I was hooked, and my older sister was a ballerina. So I got to see where all the hard work was gonna go. She's 5 years older, so it's like, okay, this is boring right now, but look what my older sister's doing in a couple years.
But you made the decision to stop dancing professionally. You and Mick Jagger had a son together, and you wanted to be a more present mom. How hard was it for you to take your life's work and say, I'm gonna put it on hold, maybe for good?
Well, the thing about writing the book made me feel very connected still. I never felt like I left the world because that is a fear that's my whole life's work. So in a way, writing a book about the authentic, true world of the ballet kept me in it, and it didn't feel as hard. It was very cathartic. And leaving was definitely a difficult decision, but I felt it was time. I had probably burnt myself out, rushing back to the stage too quickly and trying to be superwoman. And I was like, you know what? I did a great job, and it's enough.
I mean, you have so many accomplishments in your life, obviously a ballerina and an author and all the rest of the things. Yet some people will look at you and say, oh, she's the woman who's with Mick Jagger. She's the partner of Mick Jagger. How does that sit with you, and how do you kind of find exactly who you are and all that?
Well, we're both very supportive of each other's ventures and work. So I think coming as my own self and knowing I'm a ballerina, I worked my life, it really gave me a sense of who I am, and I think you can get lost in that world. So I do, and he's always like, you're a ballerina, you're an author. He's very supportive of reminding me of those things. Like, you wrote a book, like, be proud. So we keep lifting each other up, and I remind myself, like, you know, I'm not just someone's partner.
But is music and dance in your household, right? He's a rock star, you're a ballerina. Like, what, the dance parties at your house are much cooler than at mine.
I hope so. I mean, we started having dance parties, I think, for our son during the pandemic. He was really young, and you can get bored, so every night it's 6 p.m. dance party.
Wow. Oh, my word.
That's a dance party.
Boy.
We put the music on.
Okay, that's talent right there.
Shows.
It's also freedom right there.
Yeah, it's freedom.
Well, Melanie, thank you so much. Congratulations
Thank you.
on this novel. I hope people pick it up. Again, you can check out Melanie's book. It's called First Position. Find it at today.com/books or wherever you buy your books. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate
Congratulations.
That was lovely.
We'll be right back after this.
A big thank you. It's pouring in Midtown, but guess what? People have come out to see Stephanie Rule. So I want to say thank you, Stephanie, for hanging with me today. I adore you. You're an amazing human being. You can catch her tonight on the 11th hour on MSNBC.
I love you.
All right.
And tomorrow, Bethany Frankel will be here, definitely entertaining.
Yes, indeed. Also, actress Lana Condor will be here.
And pro golfer Danielle Kang will do a little putting on the Plaza.
Cool.
Have a great day, everybody.
Bye. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats: chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to #Cooking.
The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. Rescue the spotty bananas, #save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter. My chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get #cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. Gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs. So I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butters you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. Now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with
some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. And then some baking powder. And then, I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering, like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So lift this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay, and then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photographs, and that's fine. That's again how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through like this, okay? And now I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got two perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add one more for the middle. Go ahead, and again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay, and go from the top, slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there. All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind. Like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, it's so good. Look at that, delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. It's really pretty. Oh, what a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. Mmm. It's so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor, starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. A touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. This is precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling. secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always want to make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not going to believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is going to be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil, just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full-fat coconut milk, so we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm going to taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm going to add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and that salt's going to really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're going to blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. I can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected and it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. Right? That's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. You know what? I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense. It's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go. Okay. Okay, Sue. Guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. Perfect breakfast. Let's get a smoothie on top of it.
2 Dadas eat.
2 Dadas eat. 2 Dada eats. Dada eats squared.
Dada eats.
Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. So you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful best dal ever and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris, and then we're going to soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm going to do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, we're gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil, let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. And now, I'm gonna talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these basic ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's gonna become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just gonna add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just wanna saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. And by work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay. Garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's gonna be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala, or my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my fresh tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later. Been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. Straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly. Because I kind of like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm going to show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good. You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right, here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that I can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. Should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. this is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these 3. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking. Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil, just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And for a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it! The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and then I'm gonna add into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant, it's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys, I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in this salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here, not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Today all day, looking for a hot and delicious date? Who isn't? Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is taking you on a date with dates. And it'll be hard not to fall in love. First up, she's making the perfect sweet and salty snack, Miso almond date bites. Then she's gonna whip up a creamy date shake. And then to top it off, a French toast smothered in a gooey date caramel.
I do get hangry sometimes, shockingly. You would think because I'm always cooking I never get hangry, but you know what? It just happens to the best of us. I have been dating for a long time, and no, it's not what you're thinking. I have been eating dates for a long time. I grew up around them, especially during Ramadan when we would eat them to break our fast. And since then, I've been absolutely hooked, and I #cannot stop dating. I want you to be just as obsessed with dating as I am, so I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite recipes. First up, we've got my miso almond date bites, which are salty and sweet. Then I'm gonna show you how to make my super simple vegan date shake. And finally, we're gonna make my favorite French toast with an almond butter date caramel. When you're shopping for dates, let me tell you something important. Make sure you're looking for the medjool variety. These are a lot sweeter and chewier than their other counterparts, which tend to be a bit drier and not as great to bake with, or cook with, or eat as a snack. I like to eat these plain as well, which is why I look for a nice, delicious, chewy, sweet medjool date, because you want something that's a nice, sweet snack, but you don't want anything that's dry. These miso almond crunch bites have everything going for them. They've got some umami from the miso, some crunch from the almonds. They're the perfect snack to keep in the fridge for when you want something a little sweet, but you still want to eat something wholesome. I'm putting in a solid amount because I love a date. These are gonna act as a really nice base, a really sweet and chewy base. It's gonna allow these bites to stick together, and we're not gonna add any other sugar. I think that's way too many, but I don't care. So I got my dates in my blender, and now I'm gonna add my almonds. I'm using just raw almonds here. These are gonna add the nice crunch to these bites. We love a lot of texture here. Now, to seal the deal, to seal those almonds in, I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. You can feel free to use a peanut butter or cashew butter. If you have any other butter in your pantry, feel free to use it. The almonds and the almond butter make this snack super wholesome and delicious. Now, we're gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you use the unsweetened variety here because the dates are already gonna add a lot of sweetness to the snack. So pretty. We're gonna add a little vanilla extract, just for a little vanilla. And finally, I'm gonna add some white miso paste. This is made from fermented soybeans, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about miso soup. Stop that train of thought, halt it right there. This is just gonna add some nice umami flavor and balance out that really nice sweet date and almond combination. Gonna finish this off with a little pinch of salt just to bring everything together. Pull out that sweetness. Little pinch, not too much. And then we're ready to blend. Are you ready? I'm ready. Feel free to scrape down the sides if you need to. I need to. Just to get everything nicely incorporated. What you're looking for with this dough is to have some nice texture. So we don't need everything to be completely pulverized. Totally fine if we have some little bigger or smaller pieces of almonds. That's just gonna really contribute to the crunch. This is what we're looking for. As you can see, it's a bit thick, it's a bit sticky. This is gonna be great because it's gonna help us form it into our little bites. I wish you could smell this. It's like warm and salty and sweet, and I haven't even tasted it yet. Okay. I'm using a really cute cookie scoop here. We want it to be just shy of about a size of a golf ball, but you can make them bigger or smaller if you'd like. I like a little bite-sized bite I can just grab from the fridge when I want something a little sweet and salty. As you can see, this is what we're looking for. You can see a little piece of date here. You've got some different sizes of almond pieces. This is good. We like this. We like texture. It's a work of art. We love this bite. Look at how cute. First one done. My biggest struggle with no-bake recipes like this one is that it really is a challenge to get everything to the parchment paper before I eat it all. But I'm doing okay so far. I did sneak a little bite though. Don't tell anyone. The dates make it really nice and sticky to form into a little ball as well, which is really great. They add a little sweetness. They allow it to adhere together. See, this is why I love dating. Look at that. Super cute. I always have this in my fridge or freezer because I'm always a little hungry. I always like to snack, so this is really nice to know. I feel secure when I have this in my freezer or fridge. We're almost at the end. There's a light at the end of this blender tunnel. Pretty good. Rolled out all of my dough into these cute little bites. And now I'm just gonna let them nap in the fridge for a little bit just to firm up while I melt my chocolate. Oh, would you look at that? My little date bites have woken up from their nap in the fridge, and I think it's time to add some chocolate. Melted my chocolate already, as you know. And now I'm just gonna do a really nice, cute drizzle. If you want a little more chocolate, if you want a little desserty vibe, feel free to completely submerge them. I'm just gonna do a nice little drizzle here. Look how smooth and melty that chocolate is. Look at that. All right, we're gonna start drizzling. You don't need too much on your spoon. Go a little light-handed so you can get a nice, cute, delicate drizzle. Or you can go full force, do a really heavy drizzle. Whatever is up to you. The reason I like melting chocolate with coconut oil is that it makes the chocolate really smooth and nice, really drizzleable. I just make up words, honestly, at this point. Got my own dictionary, drizzleable. Makes it easier to drizzle. Feeling like you want more of a chocolate moment, feel free to completely submerge. Take them for a swim. I will not judge you. In fact, I'll support you all the way. If you're getting fancy, you can even do a little crisscross action like this. I mean, come on. Picasso called. He wants his date balls back. All right, last one. They look so cute. And now I have one final little step. Just gonna add a little flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna bring out that chocolate. It's gonna balance out the sweetness. I love using flaky sea salt over my entire life. You ready? Just a little. It also looks really pretty too. Those big chunks of flaked salt, so pretty, so fancy. These bites are gonna take another little nap in the fridge for about 30 minutes. I want this chocolate to firm up and then we'll be ready to eat. What a successful nap. I mean, look at this, so pretty. You've got that nice chocolate drizzle, a little salty contrast. You know what? I should probably take a picture of them before I dig in, so I'm gonna do that. They look too cute not to. Just straight on the tray. Real life action, you know? I've got to commend my own drizzling skills. I just have to have a moment for myself. Okay. I think I'm ready to taste. You know, I thought I was gonna plate them. I had this already, but I'm just gonna eat them straight from the tray because I can't wait. I just can't wait. Okay, here I go. Look at that little almond piece in there. So sweet. The dates, simply in my teeth. The dates are so nicely sweet. The almonds add substance, a little crunch. That chocolate on top just seals everything together. And the salt brings all of the flavors out. And that miso, and gives this sort of savory undertone. There's a little salt, just trying to pick up the salt. No salt left behind, you know what I'm saying? These are so good. You guys have to try these. You guys have to try these. Little crunch.
It's the best tasting protein.
Yeah? Yeah, it is. So, have I convinced you to eat more dates yet? No? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Well, challenge accepted. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for my irresistible date shake and show you how it's done. Not to brag or anything, but there are a lot of date farms in my home of Southern California. And with the date farms comes date shakes. I wanted to make a super creamy and delicious date shake, but without any of the dairy. But shh, don't tell anyone. They'll never know. Okay, I've got to preface this recipe by telling you something. It is so easy to make, you'll never believe it. I'm just gonna add all of my ingredients into my blender, and it does all the work for me. I've got my dates here. They're pitted. Don't leave any pits in there. That may not end well for you. Adding them straight into my blender. To make that super creamy milkshake vibe, I am using frozen bananas. This is a great way to rescue any of your ripe or nearly perished bananas that have just kind of been sitting on your counter for a while. Freeze them, make banana bread with them, make this date shake, super versatile. Also, when you're freezing your bananas, make sure to just cut them up into cute little slices like this. It'll make it a lot easier to blend. I like the nice little ice cream vibe that these bananas will give this date shake. Super good and flavorful. And the bananas add even more natural sweetness. In we go. A couple more things I'm adding. Some vanilla extract. And because I really want to feel hugged by this date shake, I'm gonna add cinnamon because we all know cinnamon is like a hug in spice form. You know? Do you agree with me? I agree with me. Adding my cinnamon. Perfect. Now to blend everything together, I'm gonna use some unsweetened almond milk. You can totally use another non-dairy milk option. An oat milk or a coconut would be really nice here as well. Adding my almond milk into my blender. Beautiful. Now all we do is blend. Wasn't that so easy? It's kind of crazy. I shouldn't have, but I did. Here we go. Prepare yourselves. I'm really excited. I think we're done. Now all I'm gonna do, pour it into my glass and enjoy. Okay. I mean, look how creamy that is. That was it. That was our recipe. I need to send a picture to my parents. They're still in Southern California. They'll be really jealous. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now I get to drink it. So thick. It's too good. It's crazy that this is a plant-based milkshake. It's so creamy. It's so velvety, but there's no milk in it. We love a vegan date shake vibe. So good. Cute. This is so good. I could eat this forever. Eat it, drink it. I could drink it forever. My final recipe that really celebrates the magic of dates is an almond butter date caramel that you will want to put over your entire life, but we're just gonna put it on some French toast. I'm gonna go clean my blender and get the ingredients. In college at Berkeley, whenever I went to breakfast with my friends, they would always go for the Eggs Benedict, the veggie omelets, but for me, I only had eyes for the French toast. There was a restaurant pretty close to campus called La Note that had one of the best French toasts I've ever had. It had a really nice and sweet, crisp exterior, and I knew I wanted to replicate something just like that in my own kitchen, but with a twist. So, inspired by the French toast of my dreams, we are going to be making a French toast with an almond butter date caramel. We're going to start by making an almond butter date caramel that is so luscious you will want to drown your entire life in it. But today we're just going to put it on some French toast. Let's start. Added some dates in my blender. We're going to add a little bit of almond butter. The almond butter is going to balance out the sweetness of the dates really nicely. To sweeten this up a little further and to add a little bit more of that caramel undertone, we're going to add some coconut sugar. To make a super luscious and velvety caramel, we're going to add some vanilla almond milk. I'm using vanilla here, but if you don't have a vanilla, if you just have it unsweetened, you can add a little touch of vanilla extract. My blender is truly my kitchen BFF, so now all we're going to do is blend it right up. And caramel will await us on the other end of this. Okay, I think we're looking good. Look at how luscious that is. And of course, a traditional caramel is made by heating sugar up on a stove, but this is my version of a caramel that uses dates. Now you can see why I want to put this over my entire life. Our almond butter date caramel is ready. All it needs now is some French toast, so I'm going to go grab the ingredients to make it. It's time to make our French toast. I've got all of the usual suspects here. My eggs, my cinnamon, my vanilla extract, and I also have some milk. I'm using almond milk here, but you can use your favorite. Gonna crack 2 of my eggs into my beautiful little pie dish here. Cute. Perfect. I'm gonna whisk my eggs together until you don't see any separation between the yolks and the white. Really putting my entire body into this. Toasting eggs, morning workout, perfect. French toast, workout of your day, okay, I'm on board. Okay, this looks nice and smooth. Now I'm gonna add some of my almond milk. Vanilla extract. Vanilla extract for me is a must when I'm making French toast. I just love that little extra sweetness, that little essence, really brings it to life. Little pinch of cinnamon now. We want this to be super smooth, super uniform. It's gonna be a nice little bath for our slices of bread. I'm gonna add a little coconut oil to my pan, let it melt, and then that's gonna be perfect for me to fry the bread in. Time to dredge our slices of bread in my little mixture here. I'm using sourdough bread here because I love that tangy taste. It's my favorite kind of bread. We're gonna let the bread really soak up that egg mixture. And by the way, French toast is a great use for your stale bread. So if you got any stale bread in your pantry, it's time to make some French toast. Gonna flip this over. Make sure it really soaks up all of that goodness. It smells really good already, which I know is crazy because we haven't even cooked it. One last step before I cook my French toast. I'm gonna add a little sprinkle of coconut sugar on both sides because I want that really sweet crispness on the exterior. Look at that. It's gonna get some nice color as well. Now we're going straight to my pan. You know what? No harm in adding a little extra sugar on top. So we want to cook these until they're nice and cooked through, golden brown on both sides, about 3 to 5 minutes per side. This is a great brunch recipe, a great breakfast recipe, and honestly, a great dinner recipe too. Like, who are we kidding? We can have French toast for dinner. There are no rules. I like pan frying these in coconut oil as well because I think it plays really nicely with that coconut sugar. All right, we are going to flip. You know, I consider myself a patient person, but then when I'm cooking French toast, I'm like, hurry up. Can't wait all day. It's not even that long. I don't know why I'm being so dramatic. Just gonna flip my second piece. Look at that color, looking so golden. Ready for a photo, ready for some caramel, some date caramel. All right, these are looking beautiful. I'm gonna transfer them to my plate. So I'm hungry. Do we think they're ready for their caramel? They're ready. All right. It's thick, it's luscious. I'm gonna be generous here. Nothing wrong with a little thick drizzle. Gotta dip in for some more. I really just went for it. I was trying to be delicate before, and now I'm just straight up going for it. I like having a little pool of caramel on the side. It looks really delicious. I'm gonna add some berries, just to sidle up next to that date caramel, sit on top of it. They kind of stick nicely onto that caramel too. A little powdered sugar. You can't tell me you don't want this. You just can't tell me you don't want it. It looks so pretty. I think Lanote would be proud. I should probably send them a picture. Maybe I'll slide into their DMs. Oh, it looks so pretty. The almond butter caramel, while delicious, it is a brown color, and so is bread. So by adding pops of color like these berries, that powdered sugar, just really brings all of those colors and flavors to life. I'm going in. I'm immediately overwhelmed. I don't know where to go. Okay, here we go. We're going for it. Gonna get a nice little crust. Add a berry. Okay, bon appetit. I need a minute. That date caramel is like the best sub for a maple syrup. It's so much more flavorful, more complex. Those dates and the coconut sugar create this really nice marriage of sweetness. I love using sourdough here too because it's sour, it's kind of tart. Because it's so fermented, it goes so well with the sweetness of the caramel. The berries really make everything pop. I mean, I'm not trying to have like a French toast off with La Note, but I don't know. I think I might. And don't get me wrong, I love maple syrup. Sometimes we like switching it up. I love snacking on dates. They're my favorite thing ever. But this almond butter date caramel really shows how many things dates can do. We just love to date dates. They can do it all.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Oh, Today All Day, summer's officially here, so get outside, do something fun. Up next, Sama Dada is sharing the ultimate menu for a perfect picnic party in the park.
This is sort of like playing with Play-Doh, but it tastes good and it's edible. Play-Doh is not edible, I don't think. Play-Doh is edible? Yeah. No. Why? There's no way. I just learned that Play-Doh is edible. Don't eat it though, that's disgusting. Just eat these instead. In the summer months especially, it's really nice to get outside and take advantage of your local parks. And listen, I am your dream picnic guest because I never come without the most important thing, food. So I'm gonna show you how to make two of my favorite recipes for your next #picnic party, my easy homemade turmeric hummus and my favorite spiced chickpea burgers with the delicious red pepper sauce. Some may say it's sacrilegious to make hummus with canned chickpeas, but you know what? Convenience is a gorgeous thing, and you can still get a really delicious result with the canned chickpeas that have been sort of hibernating at the back of your pantry for quite some time. If you're freaked out at all by making hummus at home, just don't be, because you know what? All you need to make it is a blender. So let's start. Starting with my canned chickpeas, adding these straight to the blender. They're so cute. I'm gonna go ahead and add my tahini. You cannot have hummus without tahini. It is like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean? So don't forget it. You just simply can't have hummus without it. It makes it nice and earthy and creamy and flavorful. Okay? You've got those really savory flavors from that tahini, from the chickpeas, so now we need a little bit of tartness, and that's where our lemon juice comes in. Just gonna roll the lemon to release some of that juice. Lemon juice going straight in my blender. It's gonna make this hummus really bright and zingy. I will warn you, once you learn how to make this hummus at home, you may never go back to store-bought. I'm sorry, but I'm just not sorry. Perfect. Lemon is done. Now I'm gonna add in my garlic. I like using raw garlic here because it has a really punchy, flavorful taste, and we want all of that flavor in this hummus. Here's where we really spice it up, okay? we're gonna add my 3 favorite spices. I'm adding some cumin. Adding some paprika for a little hint of smoke and spice. And what would this turmeric hummus be without turmeric? It doesn't make sense. So I'm adding my turmeric in. Another reason I wanted to make a turmeric hummus is because of that gorgeous yellow color. So that's really gonna give that hummus that bright pop. It's gonna look really good on your table, I promise. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and some freshly ground black pepper. Now I'm just gonna blend. In order to get this hummus super smooth, we're gonna add a little bit of water, tablespoon by tablespoon, until it reaches our desired consistency. For me, that's very smooth and velvety and luxurious. Starting with just a bit. The trick with this hummus to get it super velvety smooth is when you reach your desired consistency, blend it for an extra 3 or 4 more times. That's gonna make it even more smooth. Like, look at that. I really cannot wait. Let me just adjust to taste. See if it needs anything. I mean, come on. It's perfect. I'm gonna add the hummus into my bowl. Have you ever seen anything this smooth in your life? No, right? Okay. Now, let me show you how to adorn this hummus. I'm gonna smooth it out. I created a little swoosh so that the olive oil and spices have a little home. Drizzle some olive oil on top. Sprinkling with a little bit of za'atar. If you don't know what za'atar is, it's a Middle Eastern spice blend with sumac, sesame seeds, and another host of spices. It's so good. If you don't have za'atar, don't worry, you can totally omit it, but I think it tastes amazing with it. I'm gonna add a touch of paprika just for a little color. This works as a nice contrast to that bright yellow that the turmeric gives this hummus. I mean, look at how pretty that is, right? But we're not done yet. I have this gorgeous platter of fresh vegetables here, and I'm just gonna cut them and adorn them around my hummus. If you don't feel like slicing your veggies yourself, no worries. You can buy it pre-cut. I've got some time on my hands. I mean, this is art. Monet? Is that you? It's me. I think I made a masterpiece. I'm not trying to be conceited, but like, are we all looking at the same thing here? Doesn't this make you want to be one of my picnic guests? Maybe? So pretty. Need to take a picture. My phone really does eat first. I know that's cliche, but it's true. Oh my God, I was immediately taken aback by how pretty this looked. I cracked myself up. I'm taking like 20,000 pictures. I think 12 would have been fine, but okay. I think I got the shot. can confidently say I got the shot. I'm gearing up. Okay. This is the most both exciting and tragic part of making hummus, is that part where you ruin the art. But it's okay. This is what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. Did that make you all feel things? Because I just felt really emotional. Okay, ready to taste. It's so good. Something so flavorful paired with a simple, crisp vegetable, just like, these vegetables just gotta glow up. Thanks to this hummus, it's art. It's art. No picnic would be complete without a sandwich, so I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite chickpea burger with a red pepper sauce. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. To turn your favorite hummus into my red pepper special sauce, first cut 2 peppers in half and de-seed them. Then roast the red peppers at 450 degrees for about 25 minutes. After removing the peppers from the oven, they'll need to be steamed for 10 to 15 minutes. You can do this by inverting a glass bowl over the peppers onto a cutting board. Sealing the peppers creates steam, making it easier for the skins to peel right off. Remove the pepper peels and discard. Yep, they're a little slippery. Roughly chop the red peppers into large pieces. Add 2 cups of your favorite hummus to a high-speed blender. Homemade or store-bought will do just fine. Now, drop in your roasted red peppers. Blend the mixture until it's well combined and super smooth. Now, this special sauce is ready to be spread on anything your heart desires. Having a good veggie burger recipe in your back pocket is sort of like having your best friend on speed dial. It's pretty useful. And I don't know if people are really using speed dial anymore, but you get the point. My chickpea burgers are deliciously spiced, they're super hearty, and they're perfect for when you want something substantial that still happens to be plant-based. First things first, I want this burger to have a lot of complex layers of flavor, so I'm gonna saute some onion and garlic to put in it. Just gonna dice my red onion. I'm only using half here. I'm using a red onion here because I really like that it adds that nice sweetness. It's gonna be so good in this veggie burger. Also, aesthetically speaking, I know it's what's on the inside that counts, but aesthetically speaking, these red onions are really pretty. That purpley red, we love it. Red onions are diced. I'm now gonna mince my garlic. Great way to mince garlic. All you're gonna do is take your clove, use the flat edge of your knife, get some of your aggression out, and then start mincing. I'm gonna do this with all of the rest of my cloves. Garlic, it's our friend, okay? You may smell like garlic for 3 days after cooking with it, but it's worth it. It's worth the price you have to pay. We wanna extract all of that garlicky flavor. It's so good. And we're mincing it really finely so that we can get out all of that flavor, all of that aroma, all of that garlic perfume that will plague you for the next 3 days. All right. Now I'm gonna heat my pan and add some olive oil. My oil is shimmering, and now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Got some resistant ones in here. Don't worry, you're gonna become a burger. Something to celebrate. All right. We want these onions to be tender, translucent, starting to brown around the edges. When we get a little bit of that caramelization, it's gonna impart so much flavor onto these burgers. And you might be wondering, why didn't we add the garlic with the onions? But we can't do that because the garlic takes a lot less time to cook, so if we added with the onions, it would burn. And that's not cute. My onions look perfect. They're nice and golden brown around the edges. They're tender, translucent, which means it's time for the garlic. Okay. Doesn't need too much time to become a little brown, about 2 minutes. Don't forget, and I'm reminding you here, to season with salt and pepper. Flavor is our friend. We always want more of it. Okay, this looks amazing. The garlic is nice and golden, it's got some color. I'm gonna set this aside to cool and then get to work on the base of my burger. For the base of this burger, I'm starting with some cashews. I know that sounds crazy, but cashews are buttery and delicious. They really allow this veggie burger to be hearty and meaty without any actual meat. So I'm gonna add that into my food processor. I'm using raw cashews here, unsalted, completely raw. This is important. All I'm gonna do is process these cashews into a nice fine powder, kind of like a flour. Looks pretty good. All right, this looks perfect. Let me just show you the texture real quick. It's sort of like this nice flour, you can see. It's gonna be a really hearty base for this burger. Okay, Cashews are done. Now we're gonna move on to the rest of my ingredients. Now I'm gonna add some flaxseed meal. This is gonna be really great as a binder for these burgers. It's sort of like a vegan replacement for an egg. Okay, looking cozy in there. And because I can't live my life without any spice, it just simply is not possible, I'm gonna add my spices. Starting with a little paprika. And just know, these spices aren't gonna make it spicy, right? It's gonna be flavorful, it's gonna add a lot of body and taste. That's what we like. A little bit of turmeric. Yum. Some cumin. And finally, some coriander. This is a chickpea burger, so we gotta add our chickpeas. These are just drained. And now we're gonna process. It's okay if this mixture isn't fully pulverized. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of that chickpea texture, so don't sweat it if you've got a little chickpea hanging out in there. Now I'm just gonna add some olive oil, and then remember my onions and garlic from earlier? These are going in there as well. A little olive oil. And then my onions and garlic. Perfect. Okay, you probably guessed this, but we're gonna process one more time. My mixture is looking amazing. Gonna transfer it to a bowl. Just transferred my patty mixture into my bowl, and you'll notice it's kind of thick and sticky, which is great because then we'll be able to form it into patties really nicely. Because I want this to have a little bit of zest, a little bit of something herby, I'm just gonna add some cilantro in here. You can totally use parsley if cilantro freaks you out. I won't judge you. I'm just gonna roughly tear them. I like those big pieces of herbs, but if you want it smaller, you can totally chop it. Okay. Mix that in. And now we're ready to form them into patties. A couple of things I want to do before I form these into patties. First, remove all my rings. Because I wear like 12,000. And now I'm going to oil my hands just to make sure that nothing sticks to them. Just a little on here. Just a little. Using extra virgin olive oil. I think you're moisturizing your hands, but you're really just prepping to make your burgers. Okay, here we go. It's very fun, very therapeutic, and look how well this sticks together. So I'm gonna form these into like a little ball at first, and then I'll flatten them out into patties. You can really make these as big or as small as you'd like. I'm going for like a major burger situation, but you can also make little small burgers as well if you want little bite-sized snacks, if you want to throw them on a salad. They're very versatile. See how virtually nothing is sticking to my hands? You can thank the extra virgin olive oil for that. You've got a lot of really hearty elements in this burger, the cashews, the chickpeas. It allows it to stick together, but also allows you to feel really satiated. It's really delicious and just a really great way to eat a veggie burger. That's exciting. I'm gonna put these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you flip them once halfway through baking. And if you don't wanna eat them now, don't worry, you can freeze them for another day. They're perfect for meal prep. I mean, is this a joke? Look at this. That crisp golden exterior. It looks so beautiful. If you did want it to be a little more crisp on the outside, feel free to sear them. But to me, this looks perfect. It's time to assemble my burger. I'm very excited. I've got my bun, got my tomatoes, my lettuce, and I have a little red pepper special sauce to go in the burger as well. So I'm gonna go for it. Got my bun. I like a lot of sauce, so I'm gonna go ahead and be generous here. This is gonna add more flavor, a little bite, and some nice color too. I'm gonna spread both sides of the burger, both buns, here as well. The red pepper sauce is like tangy, a little sweet. These are roasted red peppers. Okay. Now for my star. Go ahead and add one of my burgers. Straight onto my bun. It's like it was meant to be there. It's almost upsetting how perfect it looks on that burger bun. Okay. Gonna add a little fresh tomato. And some lettuce for some greens in my life. Okay, time for that other bun. I mean, come on, look at that. Doesn't that look good? Look at the colors. I gotta take a picture. Doesn't it look good? Okay. Oh my God, look at that. All of those layers of flavor. That looks really good. Okay, is it time? I'm nervous I'm not gonna eat this in a cute way at all, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna go from this side. This seems more approachable to me. Okay, here we go. I mean, this chickpea burger is so well spiced, so well seasoned. I think I need another bite. It seems like I must take another bite. Okay. It's just simply not right. It's simply not right how good it is. That red pepper special sauce though, ties everything together. See, this is why I'm everyone's favorite picnic guest. I do stuff like this, and then they always invite me again. You can be that person too. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, I'm going in. Someone has to stop me. Someone has to stop me. I'm gonna keep eating this. No one's gonna stop me? Okay. All right. Going to Central Park is one of my favorite things to do in New York. It's the perfect place for a picnic party. I invited my sister and my best friend for a little afternoon lunch. Come on. Hey guys, look at my crudité prata.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it.
I cannot live my life without hummus, and I love bringing it to a picnic because it's easy to pack and snack on. We love a fresh veg.
And a
Yeah,
big
hummus is
creamy
so good.
dip.
What do you think?
Hummus is so good.
My chickpea burger is one of my favorite plant-based meals. It's hearty and comforting, plus it's great hot or room temp. Oh, I like that you're taking photos. That makes me happy. Are you contemplating? Okay, cheers. 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 Cheers.
It looks like Shake Shack, honestly.
It looks like Shake Shack. That's nice. Okay.
Doesn't it? This looks fake. Looks like a Krabby Patty.
There's nothing I love more than sharing my food with the people that I love, and a picnic is a great place to do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats, chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to #Cooking. The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. Rescue the spotty bananas, #save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter. My chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get #Cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. Gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs. So I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butters you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. Now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later. for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. And then some baking powder. And then I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering, like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So flip this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay? And then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photographs, and that's fine. That's again how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through like this, okay? And now I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got two perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add one more for the middle. Go ahead. And again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay. And go from the top. Slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there. All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind. Like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, so good. Look at that. Delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. Looks really pretty. Oh, what a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. It's so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor, starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. A touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. This is precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling. secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always want to make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not gonna believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is gonna be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil, just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full-fat coconut milk, so we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm gonna taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm gonna add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and then that salt's gonna really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're gonna blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. I can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected and it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. All right, that's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. You know what? I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense. It's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go after you. Okay. Okay, Sue, guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. What's your breakfast? Let's get a smoothie on top of it.
2 Dadas eat.
2 Dadas eat.
Dada eats.
2 Dada eats. Dada eats squared.
Dada eats.
Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on #cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great lunch.